Some housekeeping announcements first. We are not expecting a fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs through the car park to the muster point, which is on Downing Place Road itself. Members of the public watching may see councillors using laptops and phones during the meeting. This is because many of us now use our laptops and phones to read the agenda, information pack and speeches, and it enables us to contribute to the meeting in an effective way. As a reminder to the members, we have a 3-hour guillotine, so I encourage members to keep points succinct whilst we get through the business of the meeting. I hope to take a break at 7:30, depending on where we are in the agenda. As there is significant public interest, I will extend the time allocated for the debate on the HMO petition from 15 minutes to 25 to permit additional speakers. In light of, I will also be moving Councillor Ashton's motion to first of the 4 motions as well this evening. In light of time constraints and the proposed changes to the guillotine, I will not count the Mayor's announcements or the Chaplain's reflection towards the timed business. If Council approves the amendment, the new arrangements will apply for the rest of the evenings. We will now have a few moments of reflection while the Reverend Nell Wiscombe will speak to us.
I'm honoured to act as Maria's chaplain this year and to offer you a brief reflection this evening. The book of Acts in the Christian scriptures tells about the formation of community in the early church. It says, all who believed were together and had all things in common. They would sell their possessions and goods and distribute the proceeds to all as any had need, with glad and generous hearts, praising God and having the goodwill of all the people. The issues and interests of our city and community that are before you this evening include a petition on HMOs, the rights of the River Cam, and the proposed withdrawal of services at Darwin Farm Shop, among other things. The variety of these issues demonstrates the beauty and diversity of the community that this council represents and serves. Local government is an essential part of how we in this country form and nurture community. And as the Mayor's chaplain this year, I will be praying daily for you all and the work you're doing to care for, build up and safeguard our city and its people. So let us pray. Almighty God, we ask your blessing on all who gather in this place today, on the work they will do, the discussions they will have, the decisions they will make. Help us all to lay aside the troubles of the day and focus on the work at hand. We pray for the people of our city of Cambridge, that the work of this council might be fair, just and to their benefit. And we ask that you would help us to work together as brothers and sisters in the same cause, the good of all those we serve, with glad and generous hearts, goodwill to all, and care for those in need. Amen.
I will now move to item 1, apologies for absence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've received apologies from Councillor Young.
Do we know of any others? We'll move on. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members, I would like to ask that members declare any interests that relate to items on the council agenda. With this in mind, do any members have any interest to declare? Councillor Thornborough.
I live in rented accommodation, so I was affected by the Renters' Rights Act, and I've lived in an HMO when I first came to Cambridge, and both my daughters have lived in HMOs, although we called them shared accommodation at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Nesta.
Working? Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I'm a trustee of the Museum of Cambridge, and just to explain briefly, there's a public question about it, which I won't be answering, and Councillor Michael Jones will be answering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
I also have a child that lives in an HMO.
Councillor Bajan?
Member of Camcycle and a member of Acorn. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during debates. Agenda item 3, minutes of the previous meetings. Can I approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 21st of May and reconvened on the 1st of June 2026, which can be found on pages 17 to 42 of your agenda? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Agenda item 4, Mayor's announcements. I'd like to start saying that the funeral took place on the 10th of July of Councillor and former Mayor Mayor Terry Sweeney, who died on the 26th of June, aged 85. Known to many as a warm-hearted and generous man, he was a long-term tenant of rep for Lichfield Road residents, stood on the City's Council Housing Committee, and was mayor from 1987 to 88. I wonder if Mayor Sweeney had enjoyed his role as much as I have enjoyed mine so far in the past 2 months. It has been an incredible honour to be mayor and a great privilege. And thank you for the opportunity in this 75th anniversary year, which we've already marked with a phenomenal party in the park, which I think many of you attended last weekend. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to Officer Lewis Anderson for such amazing organisation. The fact that it's in the 75th year of this great city, and also the fact that the role of mayor has extended centuries beyond that, really makes me appreciate the heritage of this role. And this is really coming to the fore as a theme for this year for me. When I sort of started thinking about what the mayor's theme could be and the charities, I thought community, biodiversity and heritage. I'm finding so far that the community and biodiversity are kind of taking care of themselves, because so many of the events I've been to are about community, well, almost 100%, and also about biodiversity. And heritage sings through it all, partly because of this phenomenal historical year, but also my three, I've chosen three charities. One is Abbey People, Community and Biodiversity, a great local charity based in Barnwell. But my other two charities are the Cambridge Museum of Technology and the Museum of Cambridge, which you might wonder why I'm choosing museums in a time when there are so many amazing homelessness charities or charities supporting with the cost of living about. But I really believe that heritage, it's part of a sense of belonging. And when there's a sense of belonging, there develops a community. And it's, well, as we all know, community provides well-being, and it also provides impetus to act. And so many of the events I've been to over the past couple of months are all about this coming together and this joy, and so much of the big focus of heritage. For example, there have been a huge amount of cultural events I've been to where people have come to Cambridge and made it their home from all parts of the world. So I have been to India Day, Filipinas Independence Day, the Chinese Dragon Boat Race, an African conference organised by the Cambridge Ghanaian Society. I've been to a Bulgarian festival, Hungarian Szeged Society, a Ukrainian lunch, and it's all people who are not only remembering where they come from and celebrating their different cultures, but they're all celebrating having made Cambridge their home, and the pride they bring to Cambridge being where they are lived and where they're accepted and welcomed, which of course makes me think of the amazing Refugee Week that the Council just did, culminating in the extraordinary Voices of Hope and Compassion concert with Michael Rosen and Helen Weinstein, where so many of the school children in Cambridge came together to honour people who have lost everything and found a home in Britain and indeed in Cambridge, which makes me so proud that this is a city of sanctuary. But of course, it's not only other cultures that come and celebrate here. I've been some phenomenal community events, such as a very historic one recently revived, the beating of the bands of Stourbridge Common. It was enormous fun. Traditionally, the children of the community would have been taken around and beaten at the boundaries. And this was not done. A switch was used, a willow switch on the ground to note. But it was completely community organised, but it also invited a lot of our officers to participate. So Guy Belcher, Natalie Lambert and Kenny McGregor, as well as others from the community, did talks. And this really highlights to me how our council is not just about services, but it's also about communication and sharing expertise. And this is it's been such an eye-opener being part of this and seeing how hard our officers work with the community, and often really sort of above and beyond, it seems. I've also seen the installation of Logan's Meadow Welcome Archway, Abbey Public Art Mural, which was the painted containers on Coldham's Common, very beautiful, Chisholmbridge Mural opening, Barnwell Verge Seeds of Hope. All these are about biodiversity, about loving the places that you live in. There's also older residents have very much celebrated in this city with I had an amazing afternoon dancing with septuagenarians at the Independent Living Service Summer of Love and the Albert Home Summer Party. There's such a wide variety of citizens here that are enjoying life in Cambridge. But of course, there's the harder aspects of life. I was also at the Jimmy's networking conference, and It Takes the City homelessness conference, where I know quite a few of you attended as well. It's just such an enormous privilege as mayor to see all these aspects of our city. And of course, there are the ceremonial events, which are extraordinary in themselves, such as the mock sermon and the proclamation of Midsummer Fair and the conferment of the honorary degrees, all in Latin. Well, thank you for letting me be part of that. And do you mind if I quickly pass over to Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, who's going to share with us another amazing community event.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to thank our communities team, because yesterday, following your theme, we had an incredibly inclusive, diverse, multicultural event, 2 screenings of the World Cup semi-finals at the Meadow Centre and at Clay Farm. And I just really want to take the opportunity to thank the community team in particular, so that's great. The community team were absolutely brilliant, rock solid at the back, dynamic in midfield, and 2 fantastic strikers who delivered for our residents. Sadly, the England team couldn't do so, but nevertheless, there were 2 great events. Thank you.
Thank you. This speech isn't just about boasting about all the really fun things I've been doing. I want to invite you to join in some of the amazing things that are on offer from our team here in Cambridge. So please come to the Mayor's Day Out, Tuesday 11th of August. We're having a trip to Great Yarmouth. It would be fantastic if lots of you could come and we could have it as a nice bonding session, I think. The Cultural Services team have a wonderfully exciting new project, creating a new mural on the Carter Bridge in the Mill Road area. Councillors are being invited to take part in painting the mural, which is a brilliant way to show support for local community and get involved in a major legacy project of part of the city. And it would be a very cool photo op for all of us as well. So with everyone paintbrush in hand. So if you're free, the date for your diaries is Friday the 7th of August between 10 a.m. and 12. And you can get in touch with the officer, Abby Pollock, or if you can't remember that, just get in touch with me. But it'd be really lovely to have as many councillors as possible doing that. You'll also have received an email from me about the People's Emergency Briefing, an incredibly important film bringing together leading experts in the UK to explain what the latest science says about the climate and nature crisis and how it's affecting our lives and what we might be doing about it. It's being showed on July 29th in the committee rooms, both at lunchtime and an evening screening. And I'm also going to have, we're also going to have a larger screening in the Guildhall on the 25th of September. We're hoping to fill up the bigger hall. So if I could ask you to reach out to all your networks and try and get those who don't usually would necessarily go to an environmental event for that. And I want to thank the enthusiasm of all the group leaders for putting on this film. I've had support from all of them, and also other individuals, particularly Councillor Imogen Blackburn-Horgan for her support. Indeed, she actually began exactly the same project before I did, so it's been really wonderful working with her to try and bring this about and get as many people as possible to reach it. And I've also been working with Councillor Ross McPherson on this and Sarah McManus, so it's a real cross-party effort, as it should be, because, as we know, the climate crisis is affecting everyone. Last but not least, the Little Free Libraries project. By the age of 5, children from disadvantaged backgrounds may know up to 10,000 fewer words than their more affluent peers. And living in areas of deprivation means children are less likely to have books available to them. Meanwhile, children who are read to hear around 1.4 million more words by the time they start school. Strong reading skills unlock success across every subject. Councillor Mike Davey and Councillor Sarah Haithcock and I have been engaging with the wonderful Little Free Library project, whose aim is to make Cambridge reading rich, especially in those areas of deprivation we have in our unequal city. The Reading Rich project is run by Abbey People and has been piloted successfully in Abbey for the past 6 years and is now scaling across the city and beyond. You may have seen these charming window-fronted boxes dotted around the city full of free books. This has been a real success in Barnwell in particular, one of our poorest areas, where local children themselves, with their own impetus, created a summer club centred around using their Little Free Library. We're looking for dedicated stewards to host these Little Free Libraries in their front gardens, in their community spaces, or even their places of work. I call upon all of you to think who you might know would inspire a community around reading in their neighbourhood. It would be amazing for Cambridge to have a Little Free Library in every ward, especially in every place where there is need, and this in our National Year of Reading. So please get in touch if you have any ideas. Thank you. Okay, so we can now go on to agenda item 5, the fun bits. Public questions. Public speaking rules provide the members of the public that members of the public must send the text of their public question in advance of the meeting. The text of the question will no longer be read out, as it will be published in advance of the meeting, available in the information pack, starting on page 5, and also shared on screen. Members of the public can introduce themselves and advise if they are speaking on behalf of the group. Public question time will last for a maximum of 30 minutes and no longer. Questions are taken in the order in which they are received. Should the time allocated for public questions be exhausted before your question is reached, a written response will be requested and provided following the meeting. The Cabinet Member, Chair of the Committee, will have 2 minutes to respond. Members of the public have 1 minute for a supplementary question and can comment on something that has been said. And the Cabinet Member, Chair of the Committee, has 2 minutes to respond. A bell will be rung when you have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Question 1. Henry Duffy, would you like to take the seat at the public speaking table? Please introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group. Can I ask the Cabinet Member to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond.
Can I just check this Is this speaker working? Right. A bit closer. Right. Can you hear me? Well, thank you very much for your question, Mr. Duffy. I've recently taken on the cabinet role including the people portfolio. And having worked for many organisations in the UK and Europe, and as a retired demographer, parental leave is something dear to my heart. And I have looked at the Dad Shift local authority level spreadsheet on what parental leave is given by the different organisations. So our City Council is committed to its staff and supporting those that are growing their families. Following changes to the Employment Rights Act 2025, statutory paternity leave, that's 2 weeks statutory pay, has become a day one right from the 6th of April 2026. The Council has welcomed this change and our policies have been updated to align with this. So if you have 26 weeks service but less than 1 year by the beginning of the 15th week before the due date, an individual will receive 2 weeks statutory pay or 90% of their average weekly earnings, whichever is lower. And if the individual has 12 months or more continuous service, they'll receive 2 weeks at full pay, inclusive of the statutory pay. Eligible employees can request shared parental leave in line with the statutory guidelines, which of course allows parents to share the care of their child during the first year and choosing the best arrangement.
Sorry, that's 2 minutes. Do you have anything to follow up with? Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Thank you. Do you want to respond?
Yeah. Thank you for your follow-up. Yes, the Council is certainly considering options regarding changes to its policy. We've recently undertaken benchmarking work on how our policy compares with other councils and other private sector bodies leading in this area. Obviously, I think I've already said we want to offer policies that help staff balance work and family life and helping them feel supported and valued. And I recognise what you said about C-sections and 6 weeks. Like I say, the Council is considering options regarding potential changes to its policies, particularly in the light of local government reorganisation. I've asked for these options to be presented to myself as lead member for consideration over the summer, and will ask for officers to bring an update to any policy changes as part of a future employment committee. So thank you for your question.
Philippa Slatter, would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Can I ask, can I ask the Cabinet Member to respond?
Yes.
You-
Hello, Philippa. It's lovely to see you here. I welcome your question and also recognise the motion before Council today regarding accountability and transparency on unadopted residential developments coming. I agree that Hobson's Park illustrates many of the issues that can arise when the delivery, maintenance and eventual adoption of a new infrastructure involves a number of different organisations over an extended period. Management and maintenance plans for open space are an important consideration through the planning process and form part of the long-term arrangements agreed as development comes forward. However, it also recognises that time moves on, sites mature, communities' expectation evolve, and the management needs of open space can change as they become established. Following the adoption of Hobson Park, the City Council is now responsible for its long-term management. Our immediate priority has been to ensure that routine maintenance, inspections and operational arrangements are in place to provide a safe and well-managed public space. Looking ahead, where resources allow and taking account of priorities across the city, we will be looking at reviewing and developing management plans for our significant open spaces, including Hobson's Park. Any future review will seek to reflect current best practice, the Council's biodiversity strategy and urban forest strategy, operational experience gained through adoption, and opportunities to work with local friends, groups, residents, allotment holders, etc. As with all the parks, this work needs to be balanced with the Council's wider responsibility. Nevertheless, we value the active community involvement in helping to care for these important spaces, and we look forward to continuing to work with local people as Hobson Park develops over the years ahead.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Thornborough. I know that you personally visited the lot site in 2021 when it was finally handed over by the developers. Sadly, the 5 years since then have been marred by the delay and neglect. For example, the hedges have never been cut by the council. So now we discover that the ditches around the site make it impossible to reach most of the outer perimeter anyway. No suggestions to help plot holders to manage their hedges or anything else have been made. We have been left, to a great extent, to fend for ourselves. Raised beds had to be removed because the timber was rotting, and only yesterday the entrance gate post finally broke off at ground level. This is a new allotment site which should by now be a feature that Cambridge is proud of. We should be welcoming visitors to see how allotments can contribute to the health and well-being of our residents and of our city wildlife. Individual officers in the biodiversity and treaties, already named by Madam Mayor earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Slatter. Thank you.
Do you think that the council can help us to work through in the future?
Can the Cabinet Member respond, please?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry to hear about all of those issues, and I'm very interested to see whether it means the management plans that came under the planning consent were not effective, to see what's caused these issues and whether it's a planning issue or a further maintenance issue. So I'll work with the Cabinet Member for Open Space and we'll be in contact. Thank you. Thank you.
Jenny Blackhurst, would you like to stand at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of the group?
Thank you. I am Jenny Blackhurst.
The Cabinet Member to respond. Can I remind you have 2 minutes?
Hello? Yes. I can understand the frustration from residents of these new developments. The adoption of streets by the County Council as Highways Authority and open space by the City Council is not always straightforward. However, and as a result of technical, legal, resourcing issues, can take much longer than expected. Until adoption occurs, roads and public open spaces remain the privately maintained and responsibility for repairs with the developers or owners of the land. In respect of the process for road adoption in these areas, it's understood that the developer of these sites submitted applications to agree the detailed design of the roads and ultimately their adoption to the County Council a number of years ago. Whilst these applications were granted a technical approval, the developer never completed the legal agreements. This meant that there's no certainty of adoption, which should have been highlighted by a conveyancing solicitor when residents purchased the property. I understand that the County Council has, however, inspected the work and is still expecting to adopt the infrastructure with agreement from the developer. Before this can happen, the developer must undertake technical remedial work, mainly in relation to street lighting. In respect to the adoption of open space, this has taken place and the Council is reviewing its approach for future management and maintenance. The adoption of the highway is a matter for the County Council, and residents seeking updates and clarification should take the matter up with their County Councillor. In respect of open space, this is a City Council responsibility and the local councillors should be able to assist in securing feedback on the progression of these works.
Ms Blackhurst, do you have a supplementary question? Sorry, Ms Blackhurst, I appreciate your frustration, but maybe we could give the opportunity to the Cabinet member to respond now.
So I was once a councillor in Trumpington and I recognise the issues that you faced, and I do remember spending a lot of time as your City Council representative chasing up the developers and the County Council and trying to get these issues going forward. So I understand what you have experienced, and there will be a motion on this matter, and hopefully we'll be able to bring some information together about how you should get information. But there is also the issue about enforcement. It's very specific about what enforcement can be done to do with the planning, explicit planning conditions. But unfortunately, a lot of the adoptions issues is to do with the legal arrangement that is in place and the technical issues to meet the standards that are not being met. So it's very complicated. I understand it's very frustrating, but there will be the debate of the motion, and we will be picking up more on this in the future. Thank you.
Jacob Selby, would you like to take a seat stand at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of the group?
Hello, I'm Jacob Selby.
The Cabinet member to respond.
I'd like to start by saying very clearly that I think the language used in this question is unacceptable in this chamber, and that I do not take it lightly. It is not appropriate to make an accusation that people are being terrorised, and it only makes it harder to have a proper discussion and contributes to the overall angry and negative atmosphere that infects so much of today's politics. I would ask you to be more thoughtful about this in the future. To the question itself, the Council has responsibility to all residents to ensure that we properly collect council tax, not just the services we deliver directly, but to support the other local authorities that account for most of the council tax we collect. However, we also believe that where residents are genuinely unable to pay, they must get the support they need, so we work hard to ensure that happens. If someone is in arrears, they are likely to feel vulnerable, and we do understand the emotional aspects of being visited by an enforcement officer. In answer to previous questions on this subject given on the 26th of February this year, the Council has already set out the use of enforcement agents by Cambridge City Council in an absolute last resort. There is very significant support available for any resident facing difficulties in paying their council tax, including a council tax reduction scheme that discounts the whole amount for residents on the lowest income. There is comprehensive information available. Our customer service staff, who are often the first point of contact, are trained and able to refer people to the right support. But I would be more than happy to follow up on the offer to meet with you as originally agreed by my predecessor, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Mr. Selby, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. I just want to emphasise that we have been in contact by email to request arranging this arranging this meeting, so that when in the next 30 days with you or our council be available to meet with everyone to discuss our concerns.
Can the Cabinet Member respond? Oh.
Hello, yes. I will. I've got a terrible inbox, but I will find your email and I will respond, and I will make sure that I think I'll get in contact with you within a week, and we can agree a time to meet. Thank you very much.
Ruth Lambert, would you like to take a seat at would you like to stand at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of the group? Nope. Anne Charlton, would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of a group? Nope. We're just checking if anyone's waiting online. Whilst we're checking, I'll go on. Suchitra Sebastian, would you like to stand at the speaking table and introduce yourself? Are you part of the group?
Yes, Suchitra Sebastian, speaking on behalf of Christ Action Group.
Thank you. Can I ask the Cabinet Member to respond?
Thank you for coming and asking your question. However, I'm limited in what I can say in response to this question, as there is a current planning application and the matter, I understand, is still before the High Court. However, I can say that Shared Planning Service always seeks to learn from all complaints and comments that it receives from through the planning process or decisions that the Shared Planning Service makes. Where changes to our systems or processes are required, we work through the service's independently audited quality management system to program changes, which are then implemented alongside planning system and process changes as appropriate. Likewise, the Council, in-house and external legal advisors carefully consider the outcomes of planning appeals and judicial proceedings and discuss these with the planning officers, the leadership of the service and councillors to identify areas that require change of policy or approach. And that will be the case here.
Ms. Sebastian, do you have a follow-up question?
The follow-up question sets out, the written question sets out continuing counsel. But I'd like to turn to one safeguard that cannot fail, the High Court. And as you know, the Council has already consented to the quashing of the first motion for the Christ College Library. What it is decided now is the second application for the same library the applicant's own resolution. I'm not going to get into the planning merits of that. On 20th October, the High Court will provide a reasoned judgment. That is barely a few weeks after this application is due to be determined in September. The court's judgment will set out exactly what went wrong and exactly what must be put right. The Council can extend its determination deadline by simple written agreement. So the question is this: will the Council ask the applicant to agree an extension until after the court has ruled? And if not, what safeguards the Council relying on instead?
The Cabinet Member respond, please.
Thank you for your supplementary question, but as I explained, because of the situation regarding the planning consent and the legal situation, I can't directly answer your questions, but thank you for coming to the council meeting and speaking about this.
Susie Williams, would you like to come stand at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of the group?
Hello, I'm Susie Williams. I'm speaking for Cambridge Recycling Watch. I've also my fellow candidates in Walford.
The Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you for your question, Susie. So Cambridge City Council is the waste collection authority for Cambridge City, and the County Council is the waste disposal authority. So it's the County Council who are responsible for disposing of the residual black bin waste, which for us here in Cambridge is sent to landfill in Waterbeach. The Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service has a contract with Regen for dry materials recycling only, which is sorted at Regen's Derry Boy Materials Recycling Facility, known as a MRF. Therefore, none of the waste at Warren Point mentioned in your question is generated by a contract held here with Cambridge City Council or the Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service. Regarding having our own MRF here in Cambridgeshire, the plan mentioned in your question at the County Council is a shared plan for RECAP, which is the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Recycling and Waste Partnership. It is through RECAP that we signed the Regen contract, and as a group we are investigating all options for the future, including an in-house option. I personally am in favour of having our own publicly owned and run MRF. However, a lot of work still needs to be done to investigate it, and it would require a large capital investment if the options appraisal recommends it. We recently signed the new RECAP Waste and Resources and Waste Strategy 2025 to 2031, which provides an overview of the collection and disposal arrangements for waste management for all local authorities within the RECAP partnership area. And one of the strategy's 8 themes is waste management infrastructure, and this would fall under that. Thank you.
Are you happy to respond?
Thank you. Yes, I do know that, and I have given you that information in a public meeting before. I can't remember whether it was a committee meeting or whether it was at full council. I can check my notes, and I probably still have the exact wording saved somewhere within this. Our recycling goes to the Derry Boy site, which is a new, modern, energy-efficient site in Newry. Any contaminant, obviously we work very hard as a service to reduce contaminant. That's essentially anything that goes in the blue bin that shouldn't. Dirty nappies, food, any waste that can't be recycled. One of the benefits of the Regen contract is that they can recycle much more. They can, what's called the findings, say little bottle tops and things, they can actually recycle those. Anything that's actual waste and can't be recycled is baled up and it goes through Warren Point, what's it called, dock, but it is not stored at the Warren Point facility here. It goes through the dock onto a ship and then it is sent to, essentially it's an energy from waste plant, but it's called a fuel-derived something, but it's an energy from waste plant. That is true. None of what we have collected in Cambridge is stored at Warren Point. I have said it before in public and I would say it again. Thank you.
Kim Took, would you like to come stand at the public speaking table and introduce yourself? Peter Constable. Alex Smith. Stephen Blackburn. Philip of the Red Cross Association. Carol Foster. Roger Healy-Dilks. Okay, yes. Roger Healy-Dilks is here online.
Lost about which question we're on.
Apologies. Question 15. Okay. Can you please introduce yourself and say if you are part of on behalf of a group?
I'm Roger Healy-Dilks, and I'm the chair of the Area Residents Association.
Can I ask the Cabinet Member to respond?
Thank you for your question. I note your concerns and I want to thank you for all the work you are doing in relation to the park. I wanted to reassure you that we want to look at the garage site only. The approved cabinet papers stated proposals for these council homes will review what is possible in utilising the garage space area only and to minimise impacts on the park. The team will work with local residents to ensure that all changes to the green space are clearly agreed before designs are progressed to planning. Officers will also look at how the space can be adopted as a park as part of the council's portfolio. The planning process will in due course assess the merits of any proposal and present a report to the planning committee to make the final decision on the planning merits in the usual way in due course.
Mr. Healy-Dilks, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, did you actually, there's a couple of questions there. One is about kind of ensuring that green spaces kept within 75 years, and the other one is about a community centre, which I didn't hear in reference to in your particular answer there.
Thank you. Can the Cabinet Member respond, please?
Yes, if you remember back when we first were looking at the sites of the garages, both sides of the roads, we did think that we might be able to put a community centre in the left-hand side. But at the moment we're just looking at the right-hand side, which is building either 3 or 4 homes. I have promised you that I will make sure that your park is protected, and I've said to the other people that came to the cabinet meeting that I'm happy to come along and meet with you all and have a chat. I've lived in that area, so I do understand and I know exactly where that park is, and I thank you for your question.
Right. Thanks very much. I'm afraid we've run out of time for public questions. Everyone who submitted a question is present. They will get a written response. Agenda item 6, the petition. Apologies. Councillor Moore.
I'd just like to confirm that it was Climate and Environment Scrutiny Committee on the 3rd of February 2025 when I said publicly initially. There was a query about that and officers reviewed it all, and that was when I said publicly about the Derry Boys site and none of our recyclate being stored in Warren Point facility. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Moore. Agenda item 6, the petition. A petition has been received containing over 500 valid signatures, and I'd like to invite Donna Ferguson, representing Guest Road Areas Residents Association, to present the petition. Donna, you will have up to 5 minutes to speak. A bell will be rung when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up.
Already applied to HMOs for 7 or more occupants in Cambridge, but they do not apply to so-called small HMOs. Register alongside an interactive map and a ratings measurement tool online to help residents and prospective landlords identify where the threshold.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, members, you now have 25 minutes to debate the petition. Speakers have up to 33 minutes speaking time, but you can speak less if you want. Councillor Thornborough, please, then Councillor Porra, and then Councillor Whitmore.
Thank you for presenting this petition. Petitions are a vital way for residents to bring important local issues directly to the Council's attention, and we take them very seriously. The issues you have raised regarding houses and multiple occupancies, HMOs, have been highlighted over several years and were heavily reflected in our Regulation 18 consultation results. In response, we have updated our planning policies to tighten the requirements for converting properties into larger HMOs, changes which were successfully accepted at the scrutiny meeting that took place yesterday. And there is a final joint scrutiny committee next week with with South Cambridge before it goes to the next Regulation 19 consultation. Regarding your request for an Article 4 direction to manage smaller HMOs, converting homes to 3 to 4 bedroom shared homes, we agree this is a highly important tool. To implement this legally and robustly, we must have a watertight, comprehensive evidence. The officer has spent the last year gathering this essential data. Armed with this evidence, a formal report will be presented to Cabinet in the autumn to map out exactly how we will proceed with implementing an Article 4 direction in Cambridge. This is an issue on which there is strong cross-party consensus across the entire Council, and we are fully committed to working together to deliver these protections for our communities. And in due course, we can arrange a public meeting so that the changes coming through the emerging local plan can be explained, as well as progress on the Article 4, but probably in the autumn. Thank you.
Councillor Porra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As many of you will already know, an Article 4 direction is something that the Liberal Democrats have been asking for at Council for some time now. In fact, about 2 years since Councillor Blackburn, Horgan and myself moved a motion on this subject. And we were originally promised a report by September 25, which we've been chasing ever since and is now coming forward. It is welcome that petitioners here tonight have raised the issue of Article 4. And I agree that there seems to be cross-party support to investigate this and take this further. It is a real shame that the report didn't come out earlier, because it would have been lovely for the petitioners to have seen that and seen some of the evidence base, and they've obviously done a huge job in gathering their own evidence, but it is a shame that that came later than promised. We do, though, want to be clear that the Liberal Democrats absolutely support the continued development of HMOs across our city. These are a key part of the housing mix and a vital step on the housing ladder for so many of our younger and newer residents. This is not for us about trying to remove them from the housing stock or demonising those who live in them. And I note the petitioners have said the same in their press releases about this, which is obviously welcome. This, for us, is about better living standards for tenants and better behaviour from the minority of landlords who fail to manage their HMOs properly and who give a bad name to this type of housing provision in our city. What we need in Cambridge is well-managed, decent and livable HMOs which integrate into our wider community, and this means that landlords and management companies need to step up and provide this. We welcome the new and now updated HMO policy that came to scrutiny last night in the emerging local plan, and this, if agreed, would improve and propose proper management conditions around rubbish, cycles, car parking and tenant behaviours, but most importantly would ensure as well that we could have contact details for tenants and neighbours if there was a problem with the property, which we don't have at the moment. However, as the petitioners mentioned, at the moment this only applies to the larger 7+ HMOs, and this is why an Article 4 direction is so important, because it means we could then have these protections for the smaller HMOs, which are probably more prevalent, although we don't know where they all are at the moment. With an Article 4, we can identify where these places are in planning terms, but also for licensing and environmental health for the tenants, and ensure that conditions are in place to manage them all appropriately. There's a wealth of evidence about this in the report published last week, and we welcome that this will come back to Cabinet and the Cabinet member leaders' commitment to a public meeting on this as well. And we are keen to move forward on this as soon as possible, to work cross-party and to find the right evidence-based outcome for our city, our tenants in HMOs and their neighbours in our community. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Porra. Councillor Whitmore.
Hello. As City Councillor for Romsey, I've had many concerned residents email me about this issue, and I'm sure a lot of these residents will have signed this petition. I share their concerns and support the points they've made. There are two main issues that need to be addressed. Firstly, that landlords buying up small family homes and profiteering from multiple rents per household create poor quality living conditions for tenants, often with shoddy alterations leading to overcrowding and lack of communal living space. Secondly, a large concentration of HMOs in particular streets does have a harmful impact on communities. As the chair of the Guest Road Residents Association points out in her article for the Cambridge Independent, this is not an anti-student or anti-renter campaign. HMOs are an important part of Cambridge's housing mix. The aim is simply to introduce balanced safeguards and proper oversight where concentrations become excessive. I would like to see fair limits and ask the Council to support the two measures proposed in the petition, which are already used in many other university cities, including Oxford, Bristol and Manchester. A clear 10% HMO threshold within 100 metres to prevent overconcentration, Article 4 directions requiring planning permission before family homes can be converted into small HMOs. I would also like to see better control of HMOs in the city, with measures introduced to protect the rights of all tenants and improve living conditions in HMOs, such as shared bathroom limits with proper enforcement of standards. These are reasonable requests that could improve life for HMO tenants and their neighbours, and I ask the Council to support this petition.
Thank you, Councillor Whitmore. Can I please then have Councillor Gardner-Smith, followed by Councillor Blackburn-Horgan, and then Councillor Fisher.
Oh, it is on. Oh, there we go. It was on. So I think we're in danger of violently agreeing with each other, all of us this evening, but I did want to make some points also as Councillor for Romsey, because this is an issue that, as Councillor Whitmore knows, we get a lot of correspondence on. So first thing to say, as others have said, is HMOs are a really important part of our housing mix. I've lived in HMOs as part of shared housing before. They're used by students, young people, people on lower wages. They're particularly used by many people who come to the UK from other countries to work in our care system and the NHS, and we really do rely on them as part of the affordable housing mix. So what and it's part of the fabric of Romsey, and it has been for a very long time, having HMOs and shared living arrangements. But what I'm particularly concerned about is the standards of these HMOs that we've seen. I've certainly objected to HMOs that have come forward in the planning committee, those that do come to planning committee, where we've seen, the railroad houses in Romsey, which are narrow terraced streets, carved up into 6-7 rooms with no living space, and only a galley kitchen as the communal space for 6 or 7 people or even more. And this is not acceptable standards for anybody in the city. Just because it's affordable housing doesn't mean it has to be substandard, sub-quality housing. We should demand the best for all residents in this city. So I want to thank residents who've brought forward the petition, and I want to support the call for an Article 4 directive. This is particularly, I think, useful in Romsey, because so often we're frustrated that we can't apply these spatial standards to HMOs that are smaller than those that can come to planning. And often what you see is if planning is refused, they simply won't build the extra room on the back, but they'll still have the number of rooms carved up in the house without any living space, and that's not acceptable. So I think this is a really important tool, and I'm glad the council
within 12 months of approvals. This is something that I and my group have fought hard for 2 years now, and as Councillor Parra noted, we are disappointed that this did not come forward sooner. We need to have decently managed HMOs across the city. Residents informed me we fight regularly for maintenance issues to be completed, fearful of raising these, plus that rents may go up in response to levels of requests, ours already being 60% of salary, pushing up neighbourhood property rents too. Our new local plan aims to address this with better management plans and strong controls. Vitally, it means that an Article 4 direction is put in place in places of over-concentration of HMOs. Also, that a policy exists to ensure that smaller HMOs can be included. This will improve lives for tenants across the city in HMOs, and I am proud to have led this with my group. This is why I welcome this petition about an Article 4 for Cambridge, and I can understand residents fighting for additional licences, SPDs, numerical thresholds, ABCs, 100-metre radius to aid dealing with parking stress, antisocial behaviours, poor waste management, excessive coming and goings from over-concentrations or of poorly managed HMOs. Residents' associations play a key role in energising local people to effect real change in their communities. So I, as a local city councillor, welcome residents presenting their petition today on behalf of all of Cambridge. Having commenced in 2024, the motion requesting today's HMO study with Councillor Katie Pora as seconder, which investigated how to provide decent, well-designed, maintained, affordable HMOs, whilst recognising they are a pivotal part of the housing market and need to be part of a mixed tenure street. We therefore welcome this HMO study, finally delivered after my motion 2 years ago, and which examines the range of controls recommended by the government and enacted by many cities and towns. I, with my Lib Dem group, will continue to champion better quality HMOs, dealing with over-concentration, utilising the tools we need to deliver this, whether via planning or licensing environmental health, to ensure appropriate measures are in place in Cambridge, to manage and reduce areas of over-concentration, to enable mixed tenure, balanced communities to thrive across Cambridge, enabling residents in HMOs to move on up the housing ladder in their own neighbourhoods by ensuring over-concentration does not remove smaller houses and family homes so they can stay living in their own communities, keeping that. There's literally one more sentence. We'll be following this closely as it progresses both via the new local plan and at Cabinet in October. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Just because I don't know how it works, does the first thing mean I have more time? I have 30 seconds extra. Great. So I'd just like to start by saying that a lot of people in this room have said that HMOs are an important part of our housing mix, and I don't disagree that they currently are, but I don't think that they should be, and I think that actually the fact that they are proliferating and that we have so many is a sign that this council has failed to provide enough council housing, and that the government and previous governments have failed to provide enough funding. I admit that the council is limited in what it can achieve due to the ring fencing of budgets, but we'd like to have seen the National Labour government do something about that, I think. As many people in this room have also mentioned, it is really important that we focus on the tenants of these HMOs, and I feel that it's been a major oversight of the planning system to only specify the sizes of the bedrooms and not the overall floor area, as is the case with other dwellings. And I'm excited for the new local plan to be put into force so that they do have to stand to those standards. So this is why I'm reluctant on the kind of brutal 10% cut, because it feels like it's not actually solving the problem at the root of the problem, which is if you make it so that it's easier to make more money by cramming more people into a building, that's what landlords will do. So instead I recommend that we try and increase space standards. Sadly, I have had meetings with officers about this because I wanted to have a productive, I wanted to come here with a productive solution. They let me know that that has to be done at a national level. So I implore my councillors on the other side to please talk to Daniel Zeichner, our MP, and get this sorted in Parliament so that licences for HMOs can actually be improved, because until we get that point, I don't really want to see 10% bad housing with people crammed in. You know, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see any of this terrible housing. We shouldn't be happy to accept any level of substandard housing. So those are my 2 pennyworths. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fisher. We have quite a lot of people who have expressed a desire to talk, so we'll try and get through them as time is tight. I'll go for the next 3. Councillor Hussain online, Councillor Bajent, and then Councillor Tong.
So now we get more than 2 speakers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, I cannot start the time limit. Yes, as you are saying about the issue of the landlord, but I'm not fully convinced or agree with it, because if the tenant is good or they're doing their good behavior with the neighbor, maybe his motion is not or petition is not coming. And landlord has limited power. As soon as the tenant get in, the landlord has no power at all to control it. And this is the for the new regulation. So, and I think the council should include something in the antisocial behavior and being outside.
Thank you, Mayor. As another councillor for Romsey, I'd like to endorse what the previous councillors have said. I don't wish to go on too much. I'm very grateful to those that organised and signed the petition. Thank you very much. I'm fortunate enough to live in Romsey, and today I was sitting in a cafe, vastly reduced traffic. It's a really nice place to be. Now, one of the great things there is I get to meet the population of Romsey, and along comes one of the local estate agents. It will not be a surprise to recognise that he and I don't actually agree politically. From the conversation, it reminded me that HMOs are commercial enterprises. These are not acts of kindness or welfare or people trying to help other people. These are people making money out of other people who are in less fortunate circumstances than me and themselves. I'd like to refer to the waste bins argument. It's not only HMOs that don't look after their waste bins, but I did have an occasion this week to intervene on some waste bins in Ross Street, and the HMO company were very quick to respond when I made a comment on their Facebook page, which was interesting. It was good to see yesterday's scrutiny committee, which I attended, approve and extra stuff on HMOs, Article 4 particularly. I'm grateful to the officers and to those councillors that have expedited this situation, because we're in front of this, I think, as a council, and I'm hoping that we're going to stay in front of it. Lastly, I'd like to say, us that are privileged enough to have our own homes must not forget that the HMO is an exceedingly useful situation for students and for people that need to stay in this city. The unfortunate thing is it's gone from being a small business to something that is becoming exploitative. We have companies, single companies almost, buying up every vacant house in Romsey and turning it from a 2 or 3 bedroom home into a 6 or 7 bedroom HMO. And I think that we need to intervene here. Sorry for taking so long.
Can I have Councillor Tong, please?
Now, perfect. Well, firstly, I would like to thank the petitioners for bringing this petition forward, because I really agree with its core premise that over-concentration of HMOs are a big problem. And I think it's very clear the petitioner has put a lot of work into this, and I will note they've sent emails to me, and they've been really, really useful. However, I want to kind of look back at a few points made within this debate, because I think it's really important that we don't miss the forest for the trees, which is, as Councillor Fisher has said, HMOs are in and of themselves substandard housing. They are in themselves a problem. Now, Green Party policy seeks the abolition of private landlords, because private landlords don't provide a useful service. And a lot of people in this room have suggested they provide housing. But let's be honest, as Councillor Bajan has said, they don't provide housing. They simply buy it up to extort money out of people. They aren't contributing to society. Private landlord isn't a contributive factor. All it is moving money from people that are working to people that aren't working. The HMO is simply the logical conclusion of private landlordism as a practice, which is about cramming as many people into the smallest space as possible. The whole idea of HMOs are cram them in tight, cram them in cheap. Every inch of breathing room is just profit lost. We need to make sure that these landlords are being watched. We need to keep an eye on them. And I think it's really important, as the petitioner has noted, that we're regulating all HMOs across the board, because we can't trust landlords to just be nice. It's not in their interest. They make money from cramming people in as tightly as possible. Now, as the local plan, the most recent draft of the local plan, hopefully going to consultation soon, suggests, HMOs are due to a failure of councils to provide social housing. They're typically used by low-income families, and implicitly within the document it suggests, and it's definitely true, that a lot of refugees and asylum seekers have to use HMOs for lack of better options. And it's up to us to make sure this gap in the market doesn't exist, where private landlordism and HMOs can just descend. We really need to be protecting residents and making sure we are providing options for people so they don't have to resort to these measures. But in the meantime, as Councillor Fisher has already noted, there simply isn't enough money, and we need to make sure wherever possible we are regulating. I think it's really good that the petitioner has raised attention about this.
So Smart, like to fill up that minute?
I think that'd be great. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can be really quick. I've been told in my ear to say renters' rights. What I'll say is I think that a few things have been said against other parties in this debate, and I think actually in this new council with a minority administration, it's totally appropriate in that context, and also for this particular matter, for which I thank the petitioner for bringing it, that we can work together as councillors. It seems to be a shared interest in getting this right. As the councillor on my left just said, Beth, you know, we can work together on this, and we all have a shared interest, and I think get the right outcome. And I just say also that we have an award-winning planning department in Cambridge who will no doubt be in a good place to get the right policy in place. Just on what was said earlier about, you know, waiting for a couple of years for us to do something, well, I would just point out, through you, Chair, that the previous administration in 2012 explicitly rejected limiting HMOs at that time for reasons like putting restrictions in place that would cause rent rises to rise quickly, people would be priced out of the city, limited sharing housing would cause harm to the local economy. Well, those are reasonable arguments, but I mean, just to say that, you know, it is a complicated area. There's lots of other stuff like co-housing, co-living and so on that I see in planning committee as a member of that. So what we really need to do is work together, get the right policies in place so that we can then make decisions from planning officers and in planning committee that will help this city to get into a better place.
Thank you for that, and apologies to those I didn't get to. Thank you. That now concludes the debate. Agenda item 7, oral questions. We now turn to agenda item 7, oral questions, which starts on page 29 and 30 of your information pack. Councillors' questions will be taken as read, so you do not need to repeat the question in the first instance. We now have a maximum of 5 oral questions, and each of these will be answered before we move on to the next item of business. The Cabinet Member, Chair or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 1 minute to put a supplementary question or seek clarification of the response of the original question. The Cabinet Member, Chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. A bell will be rung when you have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of your allowed time slot. Question 1 from Councillor Payne to the Cabinet Member for Communities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the question is as put. Thank you, Councillor Payne, for your question. Yes, there's been a consistent stream of reports of antisocial behaviour into the public safety team, although the trend does fluctuate at times. Our officers in the team tackling antisocial behaviour work very closely with the police, especially around hotspot areas around the city, doing joint patrols, joint enforcement and bringing cases to the problem-solving working group, which is a multi-agency group and of which the police are a key part. Cases can be very complex and take a long time to resolve, with a number of interventions from support through to enforcement. There is a lot of joint educational work with the police. You may have attended a coffee with a cop, as I have done, which is available to all our residents in the city. Operation Alleviate is a joint operation. Scheme prevents young people ending up in the criminal justice system. I also attend the Cambridge Community Safety Partnership. This brings together a number of agencies and organisations concerned with tackling and reducing crime and antisocial behaviour in Cambridge. And obviously, once again, the police are a key partner. And just for reference, the 3 priorities that the Cambridge Community Safety Partnership recently set are preventing violence and exploitation, a neighbourhood approach and tackling acquisitive crime. So thank you for your question, and I hope that answer is sufficient.
Would Councillor Payne, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for your detailed response, Councillor Todd Jones. I asked this question because I agree with you that we're seeing more and more concerns, and in particular in Castle Ward across the last week, we've seen 2 quite serious cases of antisocial behaviour involving racist attacks, people being approached in a threatening manner in the lovely children's park that's recently opened there, and it's been quite distressing to see. We've also seen racist graffiti, and I think we probably all see quite antisocial threatening driving as well, the mopeds whizzing around the streets, which cause people to feel frightened and unsettled. We've actually reached out to the policing team to ask for some help and for a community meeting, and sadly their response was, and I think this is a really sad sign of the times, that they simply don't have the capacity to hold residents' meetings or to host an additional coffee with a cop for us. And I think the police do fantastic work, and it's incredibly worrying that they are now so stretched they can't continue this engagement. So my question is kind of linking on from what you said. There are lots of things that the council can do to support the police. We can't control or direct them, but given this stretched situation they're in, is there anything further the council can do to allow this to happen, and also to work with councillors and developers to ensure that our streets feel safe?
Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Yes, there are often issues with lack of capacity. I totally appreciate that. We work with the police. It's not just the police, but other partner organisations which can also help kind of build that capacity. So the Purple Flag group, which looks after a lot of our nighttime economy and dealing with issues in the city centre. There's also the Cycle Crime Reduction Group, and I also attend, by the way, the Police and Crime panel in Peterborough, and take a lot of these issues to the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. So there are other avenues in which we can support the police, but I totally take your point and happy to raise those at all the forums in which I engage with the police. Thank you.
Question 2, from Councillor Grimwood to the Cabinet Member of Nature, Open Spaces and City Services. Councillor Smart, would you like to respond?
Mayor, but I think probably Antoinette's going to do this one. Are you, Antoinette, or do you want me to do it? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. As members will be aware, the Council approved additional funding for 2026 and 27 and for the period 27-28 to support this work alongside our wider visitor economy programme. That funding is being used to recruit a new city centre and visitor economy partnership manager, and to develop a city centre performance dashboard, which will give us a much stronger evidence base for understanding how the city centre is performing economically, socially and environmentally. The new post is currently being evaluated and will be advertised shortly, while work on the dashboard is already underway using both council data and additional external data sets. We're also currently scoping the placemaking project itself. The aim is to develop a shared evidence-led vision for Cambridge City Centre, together with a practical action plan, and to do so with a strong involvement from residents, businesses, stakeholders and elected members throughout the process. Over the summer, we will be engaging with all political groups to agree the detailed scope of the work, and at a high level, the project will be delivered in 3 phases. The first phase focuses on gathering and reviewing the available evidence and putting the project in place. The second phase will focus on developing the vision and action plan, including public and stakeholder engagement, and the final phase will focus on securing the necessary approvals and adoption of the vision and action plan through the Council's normal governance processes, including considerations of any budget implications. So while the work is still at an early stage, the programme is underway and remains on track to deliver a shared vision and action plan for the future of Cambridge City Centre over the coming year. So we look forward to working with all the political groups over the summer and finalise the details.
Thank you, Councillor Nestor. Councillor Grimwood, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do. Thank you very much for that rather detailed and far-sighted response. I confess I wasn't quite expecting that. My supplementary question is: we see a lot of issues with antisocial behaviour in the the more suburban areas of Cambridge, and actually there's a big scope for public spaces and neighbourhoods to prevent some of this. So my question to the council is there any scope to take some of these ideas for the city centre and expand them into some of the more rural areas such as Cherry Hinton High Street, Hobson Square in Trumpington, Arbury Court, etc.?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good proposal. I think that's something that we'll have to discuss at a later stage, not now to give you a proper answer, but I think it's a very good idea. Thank you.
Great. Question 3 from Councillor Davison to the Cabinet Member for Communities. Councillor Todd-Jones, would you like to respond?
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Davison, for your question. Firstly, can I say that the officer teams across the council are working really hard to develop our response to the draft Equality and Human Rights Commission Code of Practice, and this will be coming through to scrutiny in the autumn. There's also the first Inclusion and Equity panel in October, and I believe you're a member of that. And we'll be developing an equity strategy, and our aim is as soon as possible, at the earliest possible opportunity, to involve all councillors in that development. Just a bit of history. Council, back in 2016, we hosted the National Showcase for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Trans History Month. Local organisers wanted us to develop an initiative that would provide a legacy for the whole community, and the Equity Pledge was the result. And it states, "We believe in the dignity of all people and their right to respect and equality of opportunity. We value the strength that comes with difference and the positive contribution that diversity brings to our community. Our aspiration is for Cambridge and the wider region to be safe, welcoming and inclusive." Cambridge City Council was a founder signatory, and it very much continues to absolutely underpin all our work. Our intention for everyone to feel safe, welcome and included, and this very much includes our trans residents.
Councillor Davison, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Madam Mayor. Well, first I'd like to thank Councillor Todd-Jones for that response. I think for a lot of residents, the big missing link was saying out loud, yes, we are looking to support people in this difficult time. There's been a lot of talk about measures being in the works, but it's good to have affirmatively on the record that is the aim. I do want to say, though, on the topic of vulnerable residents feeling scared, I think this really ties into what we heard from Councillor Payne. There's been a lot of antisocial behaviour lately, specifically along lines of race, as well as lines of gender. And part of that has been the raising of flags by groups like Raise the Colours, who seek to intimidate vulnerable members of our community, to push them out, to make them feel less welcome than everyone else. Oxfordshire County Council has secured an injunction against these groups to prevent the putting up of more flags. Will we call for Cambridgeshire County Council to do the same thing here? Thank you.
Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Davison. And I understand, I think, all councillors here and have responded to all residents who've reported flags that have been raised on, in a completely inappropriate way and on the public infrastructure, essentially the public infrastructure that belongs to county highways. My understanding is actually the county highways have dealt very quickly and very efficiently to remove all inappropriately or illegally placed flags. I'm happy to continue to push that policy personally. We would I think, need to review whether we want to request formally that the County Council look at any kind of an injunction or take this further, but that is definitely under review at the moment, so thank you again for your follow-up.
Councillor Tong to the Cabinet Member for Climate Action and Environment.
Well, I'll actually be handing over my question to Councillor Bennett, if that's okay. But one thing I do want to let people know, I've got 2 people told me online that apparently the audio quality of the online stream is really bad for the Labour councillors and also the Mayor. So apparently you're coming across very, very unclear, so that might want to be fixed.
Good luck to the audio guy. Right. Councillor Moore, would you like to respond to the question?
Thank you. Oh, that might be a bit too loud. Thank you for your question, Councillor Tong or Councillor Bennett, and for recognising the excellent work of our officers and partners in supporting rough sleepers and other vulnerable residents during the recent heat waves. Our street outreach teams and homelessness partners have been providing practical support, including access to cooling spaces, cold water, sun cream and other measures to help people stay safe. Where rough sleepers are identified as particularly vulnerable, overnight accommodation is also being offered. As temperatures rise and extreme weather events become more frequent, we absolutely need to consider how we build resilience to the impacts of climate change. The Council already recognises climate adaptation as a core part of our response to the climate emergency, alongside the work we're doing to reduce emissions. On your specific suggestion of a heat resilience plan, I would highlight that a significant amount of work is already underway through existing council strategies and plans. In 2024, we adopted a climate risk and vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan, which specifically considers risks associated with extreme heat, overheating, water shortages, and other climate impacts. Our new climate change strategy, 2026 to 2031, embeds climate adaptation across all of its objectives and includes a wide range of actions being delivered across council services.
Councillor Bennett, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. And the reason Councillor Tongue has allowed me to take over his question is I just wanted to share with you two of the unexpected consequences of a heat emergency that have landed on my cool, shady home office, tree-sheltered desk in the last week. I have never been so conscious of my own privilege that I've been able to continue to work through the heat crisis. My first call was from a 0 hours worker. Her son's school was too hot, so she had to take him out of school because of his heart condition. She's now lost her favourable shifts and has been moved to shifts which don't attract tips. My next call was from a parent who told me that the splash pads have closed and he is scared that his children will go and swim in the dangerous river of Ditton Meadows.
So thank you, Councillor Bennett. Would you like to respond, Councillor Moore?
Thank you for your supplementary question. So, regards to school closures, unfortunately a lot of schools did need to be shut across the UK. That would be, the county council would be, assuming it wasn't a private school, then that would be the county council or the academies in Cambridgeshire. But obviously retrofitting all buildings, specifically schools, hospitals, care homes, as a priority is something that we absolutely need to do as well, not just Britain, globally, realistically. The splash pads, it was just unfortunate that they were closed for maintenance. Obviously that was planned at a time when, because this was a heat wave, or these 3 heat waves were much earlier than one would expect, so they were closed for maintenance, but that's been resolved now, I believe. The team tried to keep them all open, and they are now open. And just to say that, so we have been doing a lot of work on the adaptation in our services that we provide as a city council, and then working across the city where we can have an impact. So we've been looking at the resilience of our council homes through our retrofit programmes, ensuring new housing developments, which we'll come on to later in one of the motions, are designed to minimise overheating, supporting urban greening and increasing the tree canopy, because I'm sure everyone would notice that if you walk down a tree-lined street in a heat wave, it's manageable, and if there's no trees, it's not. And working with our partners such as Cambridge Carbon Footprint. We're doing a lot. There's a lot more to be done, but if you'd like, I can send you, or you can find our strategy and also the risk and vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan is all on our website. Thank you. Sorry, just to say there'll be a briefing. I'm happy to provide a report in February on all of the work that we're doing so that it's clear.
Councillor Thornborough.
Someone I know is listening online. They've said that they can hear all the councillors clearly, including you. They had trouble listening to the public speakers with the handhold mic.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Question 5 from Councillor Sage to the Cabinet Member for Communities. Councillor Todd Jones, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Councillor Sage. Regarding the museum in Cambridge, yes? Yeah. Firstly, can I just say that there are 7 years remaining on the Museum of Cambridge current lease. So we have, at their request, already initiated discussions about an early lease renegotiation. We have a variety of in-principle options that we want to discuss with them. But before we can complete those negotiations, and a landlord and a steward of the commercial land holdings of the council, we do need to gather information on the details and costs of repairs required to the structure they inhabit over the period of the new lease. So this is basically to discharge our duty and secure best value in terms of public funds. So we recently instructed more detailed survey work to firm up those costs, and if there are significant cost implications, obviously they will need to be discussed with our Cabinet and potentially be put through the budget process. So that's where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Sage, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your response. I understand that 7 years seems like a long time, but in the heritage sector, that isn't that long. They're contingent on securing funding at the moment. The lease, their funding is contingent on the lease. So I would like to ask whether, if this investigation of essential maintenance, which the Council has ignored before, does not come through, will the Council then let the museum, 90 years of heritage and the only place where the story of the people and the town of Cambridge is told, close? Thank you.
Councillor Todd Jones, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sage, for your follow-up. I would say that the City Council provided consistent and significant financial support to the Museum in Cambridge for at least 28 years. We have records going back to 1998. And over this period, the museum has relied significantly on council support to remain operational. Council also has funded significant repairs in recent years. So we are totally committed to helping them and support them as best we can. The building they occupy, the historic Grade 2 listed building, which we are privileged to own, but does require a lot of work, substantial repairs and renewal costs, so there's always more to be done. But the bottom line is we will continue to support the Museum of Cambridge as best we can, and we'll look at all we can do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Todd Jones. I think it might be time for a break. Yeah. In light of the recommendations from the Civic Affairs and Audit Committee, I might not count this break towards the time of the meeting. And I'll see you all. Is 20 minutes a good time? Everyone happy with 20 minutes? See you. Yep. See you all at 8:05 here, please. Thanks. We have, just before we turn to the next agenda item, an update from Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I gave some wrong information a minute ago about the splash pads. There are 2 splash pads which are currently still closed, and that's because because of the hose pipe ban. All of the other splash pads recycle the water, but those 2 don't have that facility. That's the one in King's Hedges and the one in Abbey. But the team are working on that because of the location. Obviously, although there's a hose pipe ban, due to the nature of the vulnerability of some of the residents around there, we recognise the importance of the splash pads in a heat wave. So the team are working on that, and no doubt can update as the situation changes. And obviously we'll be looking into as well the recycling of the water. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. We now turn to agenda item 8A on pages 43 to 50, recommendation of the Civic Affairs and Audit Committee concerning constitution updates. Councillor Macpherson, as chair of the committee, please can you introduce this item?
I think the item speaks for itself, Madam Mayor, and as you would expect from me, I have nothing further to add.
Wonderful, thank you. Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will be supporting the constitutional amendments that are in this report, that they reflect the asks of my group in response to the election result, where no party has overall control. And I think it's self-evidently the case that the position of each group on the council could be determining the outcome of important decisions here, and that's irrespective of our sizes. So it is reasonable, I think, in the Council's and the public's interests that each of us has access to voice, whether it's to agree, to oppose, to question or challenge, or contribute in any other way. A final point, if I may, before stopping. It was asked at Civic Affairs whether part of the amendment would impact the allowance paid to me as leader of the Liberal Democrat group. There may or may not be a case for that, but this would clearly require more focused discussion on what is an incredibly busy council, and I have absolutely no intention of initiating it. We simply, I think all of us have more important things to do. So to clarify the matter beyond doubt, and hopefully with simplicity, I want to state that I have today formally asked officers that no change is made to my group leader's allowance as a result of this amendment, if that would arise, and that saving from that will indeed instead accrue as a saving to the council, and I would request that be reported in the minutes, please. Thank you.
That's very good of you. Thank you, Councillor Bick. Is there any debate? Councillor Bennett.
I just want to say that Greens continue to support proportional representation, which would mean far more multi-party councils. And it's right that we recognise work put in by all the party groups and all the ungrouped councillors more equitably. And that we all have a voice in Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. So I just wanted to raise the fact that as the second largest group in this council, it is already very difficult to have your voice heard because of the cabinet system that has been imposed on us by national government. So I do feel that since the public voted quite ferociously in favour of Greens getting onto this council, with us gaining 6 seats and the Lib Dems gaining none, and us gaining 1/3 of the votes and the Lib Dems only gaining 24%, it does feel frustrating to have our position watered down like this. And I do also think that the Lib Dems did make a deal with Labour, and through their abstention of the leadership vote, should kind of take what they were given and allow us to be the main opposition. So I will be abstaining from this vote.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Thornborough.
The decision to a few years ago we had a hybrid system where it was a bit like a cabinet system, but it was not. And a lot of work was done to consider moving to a committee system or a cabinet system, and there was cross-party committee looking into that in a lot of detail. So the decision for us not to go to a cabinet system and have not to go to a committee system and go to the system we have in place, a cabinet system, was a cross-party decision that eventually went to full council. So it was not imposed on us, it was a collective decision. And I think there is a definition about official opposition, and I think the Green Party are the official opposition because you have we have the most number of councillors, you have the second most number of councillors. I don't think it's in dispute.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Anyone else? Okay then. Councillor McPherson, you have the right of reply if you wish.
That's extraordinarily kind of you, Madam Mayor. But in actual fact, these matters were discussed at length at the Civic Affairs Committee, passed by the committee. So, members, I have nothing else to add to that that would make the meeting run any smoother. So, that's my case.
Excellent, thank you. Members, we will now move to the vote, which will be done by a show of hands. Please keep your hand in the air until officers have finished counting. So, those in favour? Those against, please. Abstain. 4. I think that's 4, yeah. Oh, you pointing? Oh yeah, Delaware can't vote because he's online. But you were, okay. You're not abstaining, right? So it's 35 for, none against, and 3 abstaining. Thank you. Members, the recommendation is therefore agreed. We now turn to agenda item 9A on pages 51 to 58, update report on the Development Corporation. Does Councillor Katie Thornborough, as relevant cabinet member, wish to introduce the item?
I wasn't ready for that, but so there's still a lot of work to do on the Development Corporation, and it is going through the legal process. So at the moment there is only the name of the corporation and the red line boundary. But recently I have managed to ask, and there will be a face-to-face meeting from officers from MHCLG and I can't tell you what all those letters mean, but that is where the Minister, Steve Reed, is and is bringing forward the Development Corporation. But their officers are coming to sit and have a meeting, face-to-face meeting with our planning officers. And what I'm pressing for is that the very excellent work of our planning staff is recognised, and that if we are to have a development corporation, that it must add benefit to the current system that we now rely on. And I also feel that it is something we need to resolve fairly quickly if possible, so that we can get on to the real issues of how we are going to deal with transport and infrastructure issues, particularly water supply, sewage, and how we ensure that we have really good roads and then public transport. That is what we need focus on, as well as how this will be funded. The other thing is that I have been invited to be a member of the board of the Development Corporation, but that decision needs to be signed off by council, and there is still some. The invitation didn't come in time for the papers to be published, so at the next council meeting, that will come to full council. I think that's all. Thank you.
I can see there's already debate. Councillor Bennett, then Councillor Porra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have many concerns over the Development Corporation, as you would expect. But I'll start with my main one, which is page 52, 4.5 of the report. A majority of respondents, 59%, opposed the creation of a development corporation, while only 26% were supportive or conditionally supportive. It is disappointing that results of a consultation have been ignored. If we are not going to observe the results of a consultation, what is the point of having one? My second concern is I have seen as a planning councillor over the years just how little scope we have as a local planning authority to turn down undesirable or poor quality developments. If even that limited scope needs to be reduced, it gives me grave concerns about the role of a development corporation. And my final third point is that the territory supposed to be covered by the development corporation is so similar to the area to be covered by Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire District Council, which we know are likely to end up together after local government reorganisation. Why don't we simply scrap the Development Corporation and give the powers to the new unitary light and preserve democratic control? Thank you.
Councillor Porra.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think our group's view on the Development Corporation is well known, especially our huge disappointment and anger at the continued power grab by removing Greater Cambridge Planning Services powers for all but the smallest applications. To be clear, we do see benefit in a development corporation that could bring things that we've already seen coming forward, accelerating the water stress situation, bringing forward the pipeline, forcing new reservoirs to come on stream. That's the things we need help with. They're outside our city. We need them to help accelerate that kind of infrastructure. And this will help us address the fresh water shortages, the foul water discharge issues, and particularly key transport links that are also absolutely essential for our city and our wider communities to live and work sustainably. But we remain absolutely opposed to the removal of planning powers, and particularly with no evidence to justify this. We've just been voted the best planning authority in the country. You cannot accuse us of not working with our residents and getting things done. I know I have said this many times, but I'll put it on the record again. 37,000 consented dwellings that are not built out. Football pitches worth of office space that's consented and not built out. Planning is not the blocker here. Infrastructure, roads, water, sustainable travel are. And we would welcome support with that, but not getting rid of our community engagement. Just look at our emerging local plan. It is exceptional, and that was consulted on right across our communities, and I think is coming forward, I think it's fair to say, with broad support. And you could see last night at scrutiny that officers had listened and changed things, which is really welcome. The DevCo, as proposed with the planning issues, will break this essential link between communities and councillors, and it will leave planning decisions about our future for the next quarter of a century to a majority unelected planning committee. You can see in paragraph 4.7, everyone pretty much supported strong local representation, transparency and meaningful community engagement. This proposal for planning powers to be removed is not that. And I urge the leader, I welcome the fact you're going to have a face-to-face meeting, I think that's really good, but please can leader, cabinet members and actually everybody in this room who has some influence make our case that we need to resist the transfer of planning powers. We need to trust our officers, and we need the DevCo to focus on enabling the major structural changes and the finances that we need help with, and leave our communities' rights to have a say in future developments on the table in this city and in Greater Cambridge. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment. Peter Freeman came to us and told us convincingly a lot of stories about the DevCo and how good it was going to be. And one of his key phrases, which I wrote down every time he's spoken, and he said the same thing, we're not going to do it to you, we're going to do it with you. And what's happening now is that that is being shown not to be true. It's not only about our officers, it's about the councillors that make planning decisions on behalf of the people of Cambridge. We've already been stopped from actually calling in householder applications, and that has seemed to have slipped under the wire. The question of HMOs is part of that. So I am so against this taking away of power and authority from these city councillors that sit on the planning committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajan. Councillor Cuff.
Personally, I think that the DevCo represents an existential threat to the setting and context of Cambridge. And for me, it represents one of the biggest concerns that I face to life here in Cambridge. I don't actually share the rosy view of the planning function. Not necessarily saying that the local plan preparation is weak. All I'm saying is that we clearly can see from the question 7 that was asked today that not all is right in the context of how the planning function operates. So I think we would be well-minded to read question 7 again very carefully. Frankly, I'm disappointed that the Council has had this lacklustre approach and lack of energy into opposing the DevCo with such lack of vigour. I think it's quite disappointing. When we listened to Peter Freeman, basically he said that they would be beyond the political timescale. So basically we are standing here and letting our rights be washed away and overtaken by the DevCo. I think it is time to repeat what I've said and said before, which is no, no, no to the DevCo. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to say something? Councillor Davison.
Just a very brief clarification. Given that at present it is only a name and a boundary, I'm assuming from context clues that we know at the very least it will also have a board, from the fact that Councillor Thornborough has been invited to it. Do we know if that board is the beginning and the end of its governance structures, or just that that will be a part of it? Do we have any clarity on what the invitation to sit on the board actually means?
Wonderful. If no one else has anything to say, I'll turn to you, Councillor Thornborough. You have the right to reply.
Thank you. So, a couple of things. So, we unanimously want to protect our excellent shared planning service. It is not a normal planning service. It provides much, much more. And that is why I've insisted that the officers from the government sit down and meet the officers. We provide so much more in so many aspects, and my ambition for the planning service continues. I believe we have more improvements to do, and that will benefit people who want to develop homes or change their existing home, or ensure that we plant the right trees in the right place and protect nature and bring forward places that we all benefit from. But really importantly also that the future of our places recognises what is coming with climate change. So we have to be honest and we have to be ambitious about, if we're going to build, we need to build for our future generations. And we need, the planning service is the organisation, I truly believe, who can help move that forward. And if we're having a development corporation, it must add to the what we're doing and not take it away. And in the autumn, there will be legislations about the planning system and any modifications. And I am going to work really, really hard to ensure that there is not a diminishing of what we've got now. And there are examples where we have used consultants. For example, the Camborne, the work around Camborne with the station coming, we worked with consultants to there were planners, engineers, landscape architects, people dealing with transport, to explain to residents what was happening. But there were also experts in how to really engage with people so that they would listen to the communities and also enable the communities to understand the opportunities, the problems, their fears, and try to resolve them. And the consultants who did that in my head, that is the sort of role that the development corporation could do, working with the planning authority. Just want to say, HMOs can be called into planning committee. I think there have been some called in. Community engagement is absolutely critical to the planning service and how we have development going forward. Anyway, so I will do everything I can, as I said, and as you've asked for, to protect the planning service, and we'll have more information about the board and how that works over the summer. But there are papers that we just received and we need to go through to understand what is involved.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Normally we'd move to a vote, but Councillor Bick seems to want to say something. If you could be brief, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just had to say something when listening to Councillor Thornborough, because, of course, I believe we have an excellent planning service, but that isn't the core of the argument here. The core of the argument is accountability of democratically elected representatives owning and participating and listening to residents in the way the planning function is carried out. Of course the planning service is great, and of course it's a good thing that she's helping us make sure that nothing bad happens to the people in that. But that really is a small part of the argument. It's the democratic role of us as elected representatives. And there really is something that sticks in the claw when I listen to the new leader of their party talking all the time about improved local democracy and devolution. And we are facing a situation where this council and its new partners are going to have less power than we ever had before. And it really does seem to me that there should be a little bit more anger on this core of the subject than we've really heard from the people running the council here.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. Just to be fair, would you like to respond? Yeah.
Picking up on what you said and also what Councillor Porra said, it is completely unacceptable that something like over 250 homes would mean that it goes to the Development Corporation. If we are to have a Development Corporation, it needs to, the bulk of all our applications need to continue to come to go through the democratic system we have with the really great engagement and consultations we have. In fact, we should continue to seek to improve our consultations, and that's what I'll work forward to. And if there is a development corporation, all we need them for is looking at the very, very biggest strategic sites, which is mainly maybe two or three applications every 2 years, and the outline application for those, with all the reserve matters coming through our current system, and all the applications within those sites coming to our current systems with the current planning applications we've got, the committees we've got.
Thank you. Let's now move to, members will now move to the recommendation. The recommendation can be found on page 51 of the agenda pack, which is to note. Oh, sorry.
Note your note.
Oh, yeah. Are you happy to note the report?
No, not really.
Yeah.
We should pass a resolution to say that we will not work with the DevCo if they don't give us our democratic rights.
Members, can I ask that the report is noted? We now turn to agenda item 9B on pages 59 to 68. Oh, Councillor Cuff.
Are we not going to have an opportunity to reject the report and say we want something a bit more vigorous?
Okay, it is just a note, but if you want to not vote for it.
I would love to throw it out. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on then. Thank you, Councillor Cuff. Councillor Blackburn-Horgan.
Given everyone else did this like this, I presume this is the policy. The public online would like the council to note no public questions could be heard. The petitioners on HMOs could not be heard. Councillor Hussain could not be heard, and they wish to know how many public questions were not responded to, and that they and answers will be added to the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The local government review. Councillor Davey, please can you introduce the item?
Tom, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suspect folk will have already heard today's news, but nonetheless I think it's probably pertinent to read out 3 short paragraphs from the Minister concerned, Steve Reid. He says, having considered the options that were put forward by Cambridgeshire and Peterborough local authorities, and, quote, I have decided more time is needed to consider which option, if any of those presented, is to implement at this time in Cambridge and Peterborough. The government placed particular importance on Cambridge and the wider region for national economic growth. I am therefore not making an announcement on local government reorganising in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough today. We will aim to make a decision on which option, if any, to implement by October at the latest. This will allow elections for all new councils to take place in May 2027, before they go live in May 2028. And when he said which option, if any, it's not that he's saying this won't happen, it's that he's going to review the options that were put forward and maybe come up with his own. So that's the formal piece of information. In terms of an immediate response from this side, this is hugely disappointing. There's been huge effort put in by hundreds of people within this authority, across the county council, South Cambs, and all involved over the last 18 months since Angela Rayner announced this just before Christmas in 2024. The main, I think, concern from our side is probably twofold. First of all, it's the impact upon our staff. Residents, hopefully, will notice minimal difference as we translate from one authority to another, but our staff will be hugely implicated. Not just our staff, the staff of South Cambs District Council, and hundreds of county council staff And to therefore allow this uncertainty to continue is hugely disappointing because it creates great uncertainty for people and their lives. The second major concern that we have at this stage, and obviously we're still in the process of trying to understand what's going on, is that it's not at all clear what is going on. There is no actual reason given as to why this decision has been delayed. And as you can imagine, we are now trying to sort out and understand more questions. The third issue is that if Cambridge is so important, then it needs to have certainty as soon as possible. We are a global city who deliver and generate growth across the city, regardless of the growth company. And therefore, there's more certainty and greater certainty there is as to the future of governance in this city. It's vital, and the quicker it's done, the better. In terms of next steps, I will be meeting on Katie's behalf the other leaders on Monday, and we will be talking with the chief execs and trying to understand our next steps in a way that's planned and thoughtful rather than immediately responding in an angry and uncertain manner, and to carry on the collaboration that's taken place locally over the course of the last 12 months.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think there's already quite a lot of interest in debating, so we'll have Councillor Tong, Councillor Bennett, Councillor Bick, and then Councillor Fisher. I think that's the order I saw hands.
Well, just to clear up any confusion about why the delay might have happened, I think to a lot of us in the room it's quite apparent, which is this was a very, very poorly thought out plan that has been implemented by an incompetent government that fundamentally got over their heads. We were all braced today for our... I'll be honest, I think a lot of people are very, very nervous about local government reorganisation, and I think they're right to be. This is a massive decision for our region, and especially a lot of residents are really, really nervous about what's going to happen to our services going forward. And it's so disappointing that even our Labour government don't seem to have any vision or any confidence in their own plans to suddenly rug pull the suggestion that we would have some direction going forward. It's honestly staggering. It's honestly staggering. And I keep on thinking that local government reorganisation couldn't hit rock bottom. Or apologies, I keep on thinking it already has hit rock bottom, and it just goes lower and lower and lower, because mistakes that I never thought possible could have been made. Originally, we were going to have election cancellations. Suddenly, those were revoked. We've got promises about timelines that are just not being fulfilled. It's so embarrassing. Like, it's so embarrassing. And I really hope people in the room reflect on what a terrible job that Labour are doing at the moment.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Davey, for introducing the result and giving us an update. I share your concerns, Councillor Davey, about the morale of our staff. I know that there are people who think that a local government reorganisation is just making a chief executive redundant, saving some money and carrying on regardless. But those of us who've been working on local government reorganisation know that that is not what is happening here. I am no fan of needless reorganisations, but even I, if it's going to happen, want to see it done well. I want to see the disruption to services minimised, the damage to staff morale contained, and I want the costs of reorganisation to be managed as tightly as possible. But we know from the report commissioned by the District Council's network and executed by Grant Thornton that how you do a reorganisation is as important as the reorganisation you do. And compressing the timescale might seem harmless, but the more the timescale is compressed, the harder it is for councils to work efficiently on reorganisation and minimise the disruption to residents, to staff and to services. I'd also like to add that my thoughts today are with the people of Huntingdon. I am very concerned about the report from the BBC, quoting the Huntingdon MP, Ben Obies-Jeckty, claiming that option D had been selected and this had been leaked to Labour MPs in advance. I do not know whether that is the case, but it would surprise me if it is. Option D would mean splitting a district council, which violates the ministry's own guidelines. But I just think this adds to the impression of mismanagement. Thank you.
Councillor Bick.
I'd like to thank Councillor Davey for his comments. And I'm speaking as someone who has advocated for and championed the notion of a unitary council for this area for many more years than it's recently become fashionable to. I think there are significant gains to be made. But I would like to share in the general frustration with the situation that we've been left with today. As everyone has said, of course, the staff are the people who one thinks of first in that, but it's also unhelpful and destabilising for anyone we do business with on behalf of the public. We can do without any tendency from outside organisations to hold back from us, unsure what our future will be. The government has rightly spoken of the importance of Cambridge to the country, and there are enormous ambitions of us, but today's failure to make a decision really doesn't sound like that. The Council has worked hard to prepare a business case to back up our proposal. It is solid and future-facing. It endorses working together, a working together which already exists because it already makes sense, whether it's in strategic planning and transport, addressing growth or sharing everyday services. It also meets the government's own criteria for change, not only in Greater Cambridge, but also in the northern part of the county. 3 of the 4 options sent to the government included a unitary for the Greater Cambridge footprint. My concern is that this whole process has been destabilised by antics in the north of the county. What I hear is that a process for existing councils to participate in, like us, was hijacked by Peterborough Labour MPs, who submitted little more than an idea of a footprint, with precious little in the way of a business case, to pursue something which sounds very party politically driven. Trying to resolve Peterborough's existing unsustainability as a unitary by risking the creation of a new unsustainable unitary in the middle of Cambridgeshire. It's shocking. It should be mildly embarrassing to members over here that one of those 2 Labour MPs was one of their number on this council. I think that the proposal this council ultimately made was admirably free of attempts to partisan gerrymandering. Could I therefore ask Councillor Davey, or the leader, I'm not quite sure, 3 things. 1, to hold tight to this council's well thought out proposal. Secondly, to ensure that sorting out Peterborough and the rest of the county does not spill over negatively to ourselves and to the viability of the Greater Cambridge business model, just to paper over deficiencies of whatever deal is done elsewhere. And thirdly, to identify, if necessary, whether there is an opportunity for Greater Cambridge just to get on with it while the government unravels its problems with its MPs and the existing councils and public opinion in Peterborough and the north.
Thank you. We'll have Councillor Fisher, then Councillor Payne, then Councillor Painton.
Thank you. So part of my day job is working for the Green Party, and part of that involves outreach for candidates. I think this council will agree that we would strive to get a diverse mix of candidates and hopefully councillors, and that it is general knowledge that we struggle to get young people engaged in politics, we struggle to get non-binary people, trans people and women engaged in politics, and people from ethnic minority backgrounds. The longer we go without this information, specifically around boundaries, where these people will be representing, which roads are in their ward, how much they might get paid an allowance. All of these things cause knock-on effects for reassuring candidates of what they're signing up for, and ultimately it takes, I think, you have to ask a woman 6 times more than a man to take up a position of power. That takes time, and so the shorter the time frame is that we have this information, I fear that the less diverse our councillors are actually going to be, and therefore potentially lower calibre of council will be created. So I don't know if Mike, you have any information on boundaries and potential allowances, but that would be really useful to know. Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think this is absolutely unacceptable, and I really hope that the first thing the ruling group do from today is write to Daniel Zeichner and write to the Prime Minister, whoever it is today, I'm not quite sure who it might be, to make sure it very, very clear that this is absolutely unacceptable. We have sat for months in limbo, and we've all had sight here from our different perspectives of the huge amount of work that's been happening behind the scenes from our officers to try to plan for local government reorganisation. As Councillor Fisher alludes to, we're having those conversations in our own party about what the future might look like and how we best manage that to serve our residents. Following all of that, waiting for months and months in limbo, I think the government have once again been utterly disappointing, and I think it's completely unacceptable that they've dithered and delayed around on such an important decision and at the 11th hour pulled the rug from underneath us once again. It suggests to me that Westminster is nothing more than chaotic, and I know that our councillors are waiting on these decisions so we can move forward with decisions around contracts, staffing, the statutory business that the council proceeds with, and that is hugely important. So to me, this is another example of chaos, and I really hope that the ruling group are taking this to the highest level possible to make that very, very clear.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan. No, you changed your mind. Does anyone else want to speak? Councillor Davison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to hear that Councillor Davey is also very disappointed with this, but I do want to potentially strike a slightly different note. I'm sure this would happen anyway, but I think it's important to get it in public on the record. I believe this is in the remit of Councillor Gawthrope-Wood under corporate operations. We've all remarked on the big impact this is going to have on our staff. The fact that for 3 extra months there'll be no certainty about future, no certainty about what we can do next, and no certainty about where or who jobs will be going to. So I would like to ask if we can have on record, if Councillor Gawthrope-Wood is willing in her remit, or if this happens to fall in someone else's remit then, under their remit, to commit now that if staff feel there is anything more we can be doing to support them through this process, 1, that ideally they feel empowered to let us know, and 2, that we do everything we can to support them through this process. I think, as I say, I think we are all completely on the same page that this is good and necessary. I'm just wanting to get this on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Porra.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It is very disappointing for this announcement today, and I do understand it's very disappointing for the group across, well, not the chamber, across the church from us today. I mean, it is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for staff, for all the work officers done, for all the preparation, and for the extra costs that this will actually incur waiting, because, we won't have a smoother transfer. I wonder if we should propose not to support noting this, given that the update is really depressing, to send quite a clear message back, which our leading ruling group could then take to national government to say, we need a decision quickly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think if no one else wants to speak, would you like right of reply, Councillor Davey?
I think I would, because there's quite a lot of things raised there, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Elliot, for your comments. I'll note them. As for the more serious responses, Councillor Bennett, thank you. I think you're absolutely right in terms of trust and around option D. And all I would say is that certainly when I was brought up in politics, one of the first things I learned was never trust a Tory. So I'll take his comments with a pinch of salt. I think there might be other things at play there. Tim, thank you very much for your comments. I would wholly support what you said, particularly about the frustration and the resulting uncertainty for business. It's the point I made in my own little speech. If Cambridge is so important, you have to therefore create certainty. The last thing business like is uncertainty, and if growth is going to come, it therefore has to be. Your 3 questions, hold tight. Yes, we made a decision as a council what to do, so we do hold tight against that. You're right, I've got no intention of wanting to sort out what goes on in Peterborough, and I've got no desire to get involved in that. And the 3rd question, I think, was can we get on with it with Greater Cambridge? I've already spoken to Bridget, and we're looking at all the options, and we'll see what we do and meet coolly and calmly on Monday to plot a way forward. And as I indicated in our member briefing recently, I will then feed back to the individual groups of leaders and the independents to make sure they're aware of what's going on. Councillor Payne, I like the joke about who's leading the Labour Party. I think we'll find out on Monday. The other thing worth saying about the new leader of the Labour Party and the new Prime Minister is his commitment to Cambridge is well known. And the last thing he'll want is any uncertainty as to the future of this city, bearing in mind the links between Cambridge and Manchester that have been established over the last 18 months. Your specific question about Daniel, you can probably guess who the first person I spoke to was this morning. So we're talking and discussing about the way forward. Councillor, who I missed? Councillor Pora. Safira. Councillor Davison. Yes, we've been supporting staff throughout the process, and that won't stop. And if anything, that should carry on. And we need to be making sure. And I'll talk with Jenny outside to make sure all our staff. But interesting enough, also the county staff as well, and which I'm sure we need to make sure it's not just about South Cambs and ourselves. So, Councillor Davison, I'll take that forward, and thank you very much. Councillor Pora, it is for note. I'm not quite sure what we'd achieve if we then had a vote about noting what's not being noted, because it's not actually a motion and would delay us from having a discussion on the motions. And I think there's a bit whereby you probably just have to trust, and that's a hard one to do on this, that I will feed back on behalf of all the leaders of all the councils following our motion on Monday. You making me vote one way, it's not actually going to help anything. Thank you very much.
On the topic of voting on the note, surely we could, for instance, amend the recommendation to have something substantive that isn't noting it, thereby. I might be incorrect, but I'd love to hear if that's possible.
But why would we do that, Elliot? Sorry.
Confer. Councillor Fisher?
Could I just request that Councillor Davey responds to my question about...
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Forgive me, I was trying to... Sorry, Catherine, I was trying to take notes accordingly. I share your concerns. And already I've had a conversation today with one of our councillors here about the impact it has. I think the more we should and could do to enhance representation from diverse communities should be encouraged. This does not help.
Just conferred with the legal team. Oh, sorry.
The specific question about wards and boundaries, we don't know, because we don't even know what the geography of the unitary is, so we can't know what the wards are. Thank you for my indulgence.
I'll just quickly answer the point of order, and then Councillor Bennett briefly, if possible. As there was, usually if we were going to change something, there'd be a deadline for amendments, but as this is a recommendation, there's not really anything to amend anyway, so the answer is I don't think we can. Yeah, no. Councillor Bennett.
Sorry, this is a really trivial point, but the recommendations say that point 3, a report will be brought in September 2025, but we've just heard we won't get the decision till October, so surely we've got to amend the recommendations anyway.
Madam Mayor, if I can undertake, on the back of the discussions I have with other leaders, to regularly update the leaders of the parties plus the independents as this discussion goes on.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, sure. Can we move on then? So it says members will now move to the recommendation. There are 3 recommendations, all to note on page 59. Yeah, noted. Councillor Bick.
I think a vote was called for.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I think a vote was called for.
A vote is called for. Okay. Yes, let's have a vote.
What are we voting on?
What are we voting
Are
on?
we going to vote? Okay, could you raise your hand if you're voting to
Not
note
note.
the recommendation?
Sorry. I'm sorry. On whether to note something. You have noted it by reading it. I mean, I can't work out what this means.
Point of order, you don't know if everyone in the room has read it. We might be voting on saying none of us have read it.
Okay.
If you haven't
Okay.
read it, Elliot, why were you voting?
Okay, I think possibly to move on.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but there is a vote implied by asking us and recommending us to note. It ought to be taken as a vote if members ask for that, and the members can read into it what significance they want. Councillor Davey would obviously say it's pointless, and of course all that, but it's all we have as a way of demonstrating our incredible frustration and dissatisfaction with where we now are.
Okay. Councillor Tong.
Second that request if it needs a seconder.
Okay. Raise your hand if you vote for noting the response. For.
Just got to note it. We've read it. We've read it.
Okay. Counted? Sorry, no, could you keep them up where it's not been counted yet?
It's crazy. What are we?
Do you know the report?
To note the report. You don't note the report.
Could we please raise your hand if you do not note this?
Oh, so you haven't read it? Nobody's read it. You haven't read it. I don't. And what's the?
And abstentions, please.
It's farcical.
Can we keep that? If we're abstaining, can we have our hands up, please?
So we're unnoting it. Stupid. And to be honest.
So for was 12, against was 16. Oh, and abstain was 8. Councillor Dryden.
I just ask, what legal advice did we get just before we went through this procedure?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Legal advice.
Sorry, repeated pressing the microphone. In terms of members are indicating they wish to vote whether to note the report or actually to reflect the fact they don't wish it noted, which will be reflected in the minutes. Effectively, this is a report which is for information, so it makes very little odds, but it's reflecting the will of those councillors. That would be my legal advice. There isn't anything actually substantive in terms of law which I'll be reflecting on, but I can, in terms of the indications from members who are, this is your debate, this is your decision whether to note or not note a report. I think we could get into some very technical long grass, but I think the room has indicated its feelings. The chamber, rather, or the church.
Right, so I can ask that all 3 recommendations has been noted by some of the councillors.
So can I ignore everything then? I mean, what is just...
Yeah, Councillor Smart.
Point out, Mayor, that it's 9 o'clock. We've had 3 hours so far.
Yeah, well, it's not quite time for extension because the break and the speeches weren't counted, but it'll be soon, don't worry. But we can now come to the motions. Now, there was a request that I said at the top of the meeting that we would start with motion 10C from Councillor Ashton, the Darwin Nurseries and Farm Shop. Councillor Ashton, can you indicate you wish to move the motion?
Yes, I do.
Councillor McPherson, I understand you're seconding. Can you indicate this to show me?
Yes, on. It was.
Delighted to second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to say how I'm indebted to yourself and the opposition groups who've let me bring this motion first. I know all motions are important to each councillor, but I do believe this needs a proper discussion. And I'd like to declare an interest. I've been a volunteer at Darwin Nurseries for over 10 years, and I've seen firsthand the difference it makes to people's lives. We've all become councillors because we're advocates for people without a voice. And these are people without a voice, and they need our voice to be heard. Some councillors might think, why are you bringing this when it's in South Cambs? Well, the question is, in 2 years' time, this will be a unitary council. It will be part of us, so we need to take action now on this. I think the motion speaks for itself on what we want to do. There's two other things I'd like to say. If any of you have never been to Darwin Nurseries, then do please go and see firsthand what they do. And I've called on the leader to write to Steve Grange and our MPs, but I'd also advocate for all councillors to write to our MPs and Steve Grange to point out our deep regret of what is happening. And again, it's a wonderful place, so I rest my case. Thank you.
I think I'm happy to speak now. Thank you so much. I've been here to Darwin Nurseries many, many times over the years, but not only personally, but I guess I should declare an interest in that I am a community first responder for answering directly to the ambulance service, which has to come under the NHS as well. So I should actually mention that. What I've seen, I was security manager at Cambridge Regional College for about 15 years, and often in the mornings I can see a group, several groups sometimes, of special needs students actually standing outside the coach, the small buses that we used to run, well still do run, to the nursery. And they would get there probably 45 minutes, an hour before the coach actually left, because it was such an important part of their education. They considered it, well, they would be hard pushed to focus their week at the college without going to Darwin Nurseries. It's such an important support for their well-being. And it says here in point 5, in 2025, 10-year NHS health plan, Fit for the Future, aims to shift from a system of focus on treating sickness to that of prioritising prevention, encouraging healthier lifestyles and early intervention. Well, early intervention is always extraordinarily important in many medical situations as well. And the prevention and encouraging healthier lifestyles is exactly what this place does. As it says, it aims to shift from a focus of treating sickness. Well, these particular students are not sick. They're in need of help and support in the real world, and the work that Councillor Ashton does, and he won't say himself, but the work that he does and the other volunteers at this place is second to none, and I know how important it really, really is important to these young people who go there. And I think that we ought to do absolutely everything we can to support this institution, and I would echo Councillor Ashton's plea that all those who have never been there, please visit.
Thank you very much. We now move to debate. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Ashton for bringing this motion. Darwin Nurseries may be outside Cambridge, but it's actually just up the road from me on Newmarket Road. I live about a mile away. I've been contacted by residents whose families use the service. I've been contacted by residents who work for Darwin's nursery. I've been contacted by NHS staff, and I've been contacted by residents who are volunteers. This is a Cambridge issue, and it's an important one. I'm not going to speak more. I know that lots of other people want to speak on this, but just thank you, Mark.
Councillor Blackburn-Horgan.
Darwin Nurseries in Teversham on Newmarket Road provides training, therapeutic horticulture, animal husbandry and retail work for adults with learning disabilities and mental health challenges. It has been widely seen as an invaluable training and support resource for adults with learning disabilities, autism and mental health needs for over 27 years, where adults gain the skills, independence and confidence to take an active role in the community. The central aim is to empower and enable co-workers to achieve their personal goals and explore their potential. Co-workers as participants are known to develop practical and employable skills in a supportive, inclusive environment alongside volunteers and staff. John Woodhouse, Honorary City Councillor and former Mayor of Cambridge, said, "I'm sure if the decision is taken, all the comments and public feeling will be considered and the proposed closure will be overturned." Cambridgeshire County Council, importantly, we are also aware that CPFT are exploring future opportunities for the service, including discussions with external organisations examining the feasibility of taking on the operation of Darwin Nurseries. While it is too early to draw conclusions, this demonstrates that active work is underway to explore options that could support the continuation of services. Our priority throughout will be the well-being of the individuals who draw on the service and ensuring that they continue to have access to meaningful opportunities, support and outcomes. MP Pippa Halens is calling on Cambridgeshire and Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust to urgently explore every alternative to closure and to work with partners to secure a long-term future for this irreplaceable community resource, as the announced closure has alarmed co-workers, families and thousands of community supporters who rely on and cherish this unique resource. Pippa Halens, Liberal Democrat MP for South Cambridgeshire, stated, "The planned closure of Darwin Nurseries is devastating news for everyone who depends on this wonderful resource. Darwin Nurseries provides a much-loved community resource that plays a vital role in inclusion, well-being and opportunity. We must all work together once again to help save Darwin Nurseries." And they have a petition in place that we ask the Council to support. Additionally, I'm not sure if it's of interest, but I do work for the NHS. I'm in the genetics lab at Addenbrooke, so I don't know if I need to mention that now.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you for bringing this very important motion and keeping us informed about this. I think there is absolutely cross-party support for what you're suggesting, and I would absolutely take on the request to write to the Chief Executive of the Trust, but I wonder if the leader of the Green Party and the Liberal Democrat Party and the Conservatives and your party would like to co-write and sign the letter. We'll do that. Thank you.
Councillor Tong.
I'll also speak very, very briefly and just say thank you for bringing this motion forward. I think it's a really great thing. Darwin Nurseries provides such a valuable service and such valuable support for the community, and it's really great to hear that hopefully we'll be able to work cross-party to really show and convey residents' concern, because I'm sure many people in the room have had many residents get in contact with us.
Councillor Dryden.
Just like to say that although it's been said this is not in Cambridge, but when I was Mayor they invited me round to have a look round, and I saw myself what a fantastic job they do. So if you haven't been round, try and get an invite so you can see for yourself as the Mayor what they do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryden. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to bring up one thing, and it will be a brief thing, but I think it's important enough that it's worth mentioning. Councillor McPherson rightly brought up the great work done at Darwin Nurseries for those with learning difficulties, but that is only part of its remit. It also provides support for people with mental health difficulties. I have not yet had a chance to go to Darwin Nurseries. I have, however, met, spent time with, and enjoyed the friendship of people who would not be here without it. I think it's incredibly important to everyone in this room and an awful lot of people outside it that we make clear not just the feeling but the strength of feeling. The value of Darwin Nurseries is measured in lives. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Ashton, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right of reply for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's heartwarming to feel the support across this chamber tonight. My motions are normally very short. It's been noted in the press I had the shortest motion once before. I've tried to keep this as short as possible. I thank you for all your comments, and like I say, when I do go back on a volunteering stint, I know the people there will be so, in a sense, touched and warmed by the support that as councillors we're bringing behind this. So again, thank you for this. One other small point, when we do bring motions, sometimes they seem to disappear in a hole. I shouldn't mention potholes, but there you go. And I was wondering, when the letters get sent out, could a copy of a letter be sent to me so I've seen where we are with all this as well, and I can make sure then Darwin see what has been written and what the next steps are, and that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
That's fine, yeah. Sorry, I missed Councillor Hussain had a comment, so I will just let him speak because I'd missed his hand. Wonderful. Members will now move on the vote on the motion. Raise your hand if you're for. Okay, this is unanimous, so yeah, wonderful. Right, then we will go back to agenda item 10A. Motion on the notice from Councillor Hawke. Improving accountability and transparency on unadopted residential developments. Councillor Hawke, I understand you wish to move an altered motion incorporating the Green and Labour amendments. Can you confirm?
And Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council, can you signify you are happy to proceed? Great, thank you. Councillor Hawke, can you now indicate you wish to move the altered motion?
Yes, I'm happy to move the motion.
Councillor Payne, I understand you are seconding. Can you indicate this to me now? Are you seconding? Councillor Hawke, please address the Council. You have 5 minutes.
Mayor. I would like to start by thanking officers for providing some very valuable advice on this motion at earlier stages. I'm also grateful to Councillors Moore and Councillors Flaubert for very supportive amendments. And finally, I'm grateful to the Chair of the Trumpeton Residents Association, Jenny Blackhurst, as well as previous councillors Letter for sharing their experience in the public questions earlier. And I think they show that this motion is really necessary now. When I talk to residents in the new developments of Trumpington, the most frequent response I get is, "We are happy here." And I hope this is what my colleagues hear in every ward in Cambridge, because this is how it should be. But being happy where you live should not mean accepting avoidable frustrations when things go wrong. Residents rightly expect their elected councillors to speak up on their behalf, to hold organisations to account, and to work together to make their neighbourhoods even better. And this is what this motion is about. This is not the first time I have stood or sat in this chamber to speak about the problems residents face on Cambridge's new developments. Over the past 5 years, you have heard me raise these issues time and again. Clearly, simply raising these issues has not been enough. It is time for the City Council to do something more substantial within the powers available to us. As a resident of a new development, you encounter broken streetlights and street furniture, missing or confusing signage, uncertainty over parking rules. You notice dying trees, problems in open spaces and playgrounds and with other local amenities. If there is something weird and it don't look good, who are you going to call? Well, you don't know, because you don't know who owns the place. And sometimes it really feels like we are hunting ghosts. Residents quite rightly come to their local councillors for help, and of course we do everything we can. In my ward, Trumpington, Lib Dem councillors have organised meetings with council officers, developers, resident associations, pursued countless cases and repeatedly raised these issues in this chamber. But too often we have to explain to our residents that because these estates remain under private ownership, the councils are not responsible for many of the day-to-day issues. So too often we are left saying to residents, I'm sorry, but there isn't much else the council can do. And while we have managed to resolve some issues through persistence, far too many drag on for years. For example, the first residents moved into Clay Farm more than 10 years ago. A long-promised playground only opened last year. The active recreation area at Hobson's Park is still fenced off, despite repeated promises that it would open soon. Some streets are completely dark at night because streetlights have not been fixed, and residents continue to face uncertainty over parking arrangements. And crucially, these examples do not simply demonstrate poor communication or slow delivery. The fundamental problem is that public services are expected to be publicly accountable. Residents on these estates pay exactly the same council tax as everyone else in Cambridge, yet often they receive fewer public services because essential infrastructure remains in private hands. Many are also paying estate management charges on top. It is no surprise that residents then ask why they are paying more while getting less. It's simply not fair. Residents elect us to represent them and to solve problems. Normally, when something goes wrong with a public service, there are clear lines of responsibility. Councillors can work with officers, escalate issues and ensure residents receive answers, if not solutions. But on many new developments, responsibility is fragmented between developers, management companies, contractors, subcontractors, landowners and public bodies. Residents often do not know who is responsible. The only route often is just a generic customer service inbox. And that is precisely what this motion seeks to address. The motion is practical. It sets clear expectations for developers. It aims to create named points of contact, improve communication with residents and councillors, and it asks the Council to explore embedding these standards into future planning procedures. And we need to know whether, when and how areas in the new developments will be adopted by the councils. This motion calls on this Council to take practical steps now to improve the experience of residents on existing developments while acknowledging its limited powers. But it is not just about today's residents. It is also about the thousands of people who will move into the new neighbourhoods over the coming years, including North and East Cambridge. If, as currently proposed, the Development Corporation grabs planning responsibilities for larger developments, then the Council must make a clear and compelling case that transparency, accountability and resident engagement are established from the outset, so that future communities do not inherit the same problems.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Payne, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right, please, Madam Mayor.
Members, you will now move on to debate. We'll go Councillor Sage, then Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make 3 brief points. Firstly, this has always been about residents, not governance. We're not asking for new powers, but for better use of the powers, partnerships and information we already have. As a Castle Ward councillor, I've already seen how frustrating it is for residents to spend years trying to work out who is responsible for roads, open spaces, drainage, lighting and other infrastructure. Second, I welcome the efforts to merge these proposals. There is clear agreement across the Chamber that residents deserve greater transparency, better communication and clearer accountability. These are practical improvements we can make now, while also helping to shape the upcoming unitary authority and perhaps even the dreaded DevCo. Finally, good stewardship starts with good information. If residents can easily see who owns and maintains infrastructure, whether it is due for adoption and where to report problems, we can save residents time and frustration, reduce unnecessary inquiries to officers and build greater confidence in how new communities are managed. With Cambridge expected to bear the burden of growth and these big new developments across the city in Trumpington, Darwin Green and Eddington and Castle, this is really, really important. I'm pleased we've been able to find common ground, and I hope the merged amendment will deliver these practical improvements for residents. Thank you.
Just before we move on to Councillor Illingworth, just so that you know, we're 15 minutes from the guillotine, so we'll then have to vote. Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this motion because it speaks to something residents around Cambridge often raise with me, the gap between the promise of a new development and the reality of living in one. In my ward of East Chesterton in North East Cambridge, despite the loss of the development at Hartree, new housing developments are being proposed in the Science Park, in the Crown Estates Business Park, and also a brownfield site just west of North Cambridge Station. I know this isn't just a Cambridge problem, though. National research into unadopted estates found that about a third of local authorities had not adopted any roads on any new developments built over the last 3 years. However, the scale of new developments proposed over the next few years in Cambridge, we must get this right. Otherwise, we will be awash with fenced-off play areas, sports facilities left unfinished, roads and sewers not being maintained properly. This motion is about transparency. It asks for a clear line of responsibility, a public record of who owns what and who is responsible for its upkeep. It asks for honest timescales and a code of engagement that developers actually have to meet. As East Chesterton and other areas of Cambridge continue to grow, and as we've already heard tonight, the Development Corporation takes on a bigger role in shaping how these places are delivered, we owe it to residents, current and future, to make sure growth comes with accountability, not years of unanswered emails. I urge the Chamber to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough.
Briefly, I completely agree that Trumpington is a lovely place to live. When I was a resident and councillor there, people really enjoyed being there. And I agree that this does tarnish the joy of being there. It's not just Trumpington. I know that Darwin Green has had problems, particularly with delivery of schools, and also the sewers and the roads. The sewer across the site can't be adopted until the road over the sewer is adopted, and we know how long it takes to adopt roads. And in Ironworks, there's a fairly small site in Petersfield. That one road going around took, I think, more than 5 years to be adopted. Yeah. So the other thing is, sorting this out now is working towards sorting out is a really good idea. If and when we're a unitary, we will hopefully be able to deal with them much more effectively, in the same way as when we get complaints about potholes, we'll also be able to deal with them effectively. Thank you.
Councillor Payne, as seconder of the original motion, do you now wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say I really support this motion and thank Councillor Houck and others in the Chamber for his work on it. We've seen what I would call a good level of development in Castle, in Eddington and Darwin Green. I must say I don't share Councillor Sage's view that growth is a burden. I think it's a real privilege to have that in our area, and I think we are very lucky to live in a city where we have so many employment prospects. We live in such a beautiful place, and Cambridge absolutely has to grow, and it needs to grow at the scale that we've seen in Trumpington, in Eddington and in Darwin Green. That's one critical component of reducing the house prices and ensuring that supply meets demand. However, despite all the positives of that, we do see numerous issues, and this odd disconnect of when a development first appears that actually exists for many, many years after, I've learnt, of knowing who is responsible for what. And sometimes we can sit in this grey area of something that's being handed over to or adopted by someone but hasn't happened yet. And therefore, for quite a long time, no one quite owns it, and therefore things simply don't happen. We see numerous examples in Darwin Green, particularly some new trees were put in last summer, but then no one was quite sure who was meant to water them, and as a result, many of them died, apart from the few which the residents took their water buckets to. We have one part of Castle which we call King's Court, which has actually been there for 15 years, but the roads still haven't been adopted, so we're still waiting on some changes there that will improve safety. Therefore, I think it's really important we look to bring forward that accountability and that clarity as quickly as possible so residents have a lovely, safe place to live. I'm greatly concerned that as the development corporations start to take full control and muscle their way into our already excellent planning service, that will just add even more hoops for us to need to jump through to get things resolved, and also add other bodies in there to muddy the water about who is in charge of what. I think this motion suggestion of a coding of engagement is an excellent idea. I think currently there is lots of variability in the service we receive from different developments. I would say the Eddington and Darwin Green managers at the moment are absolutely excellent at working with councillors and residents, and I do want to note how well they do that, but I know that is not always the case, and it's not the case everywhere. So I think as we move to this new world of Whitehall getting in the way of everything that we do in terms of planning, we need to be very clear that Cambridge demands and expects very high quality infrastructure and prompt and meaningful engagement between developers, councillors and our residents to ensure that new developments rapidly become new homes and neighbourhoods that people enjoy living in.
Thank you. Councillor Hawke, as the mover of the altered motion, you have the right of reply for up to 3 minutes.
Mayor, I think I would just like to use 1 minute to thank everyone who's spoken. I think we agree with each other. I think the Development Corporation has come up a number of times tonight, and I think it has the promise, well, it promises to be a blessing for Cambridge, but it could also be a disaster for Cambridge. So I think we hope our leaders will make sure it's the former and not the latter. Thank you to Councillor Sage for highlighting, yes, this is absolutely for residents, using the existing powers in the interest of our residents. It is clear not just for Trumpington, just happens to be my ward, Darwin Green, Eddington, also future developments in North East Cambridge are important in this context. It's even not just a Cambridge problem, as Councillor Illingworth highlighted. So ultimately, government probably also has the role to play in the long term. But thank you very much for your support tonight. Thank you.
Members, we will now move to the vote on the motion from Councillor Hawke. Yep, that's unanimous again. Thank you. Members, the motion is therefore agreed. Agenda item 10B, motion on notice from Councillor Toy-Scott, Right of the River Cam 2026. Councillor Toy-Scott, I understand you wish to move an altered motion incorporating the Lib Dem and Labour amendments. Can you confirm? Yeah, it's working, it's working.
Is it on? Oh, it's on. I can't see the little red light. Okay, yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Council, can you signify you are happy to proceed? Yep. And Councillor Toy-Scott, can you indicate you wish to move the motion?
Yes.
Councillor McManus, I understand you are seconding. Can you indicate this to me now? Councillor Toy-Scott, please address the Council. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Mayor, the heart of Cambridge has always been the river. So the River Cam isn't just part of Cambridge's scenery, it's a living system on which our city depends. We naturally appreciate the river's beauty, the opportunities for walking, punting, picnicking and so on. And because it looks beautiful, it's easy to assume that it's healthy. But members of this council already know that the appearance of the Cam today is deceptive. Its health is at serious risk. The river is under pressure from drought, over-abstraction and pollution from agricultural runoff and sewage. Residents are increasingly and rightly concerned about these problems and their impact on the wider environment, including on our own quality of life. When the river is at risk, we are all at risk. I'm very glad that the Council is already encouraging new thinking about water, reducing leakage, using water more efficiently, exploring recycled water and planning for long-term resilience. This motion supports and furthers that work, reminding us that water isn't just a resource to be supplied, it's also the lifeblood of a living river system that supports wildlife, our landscapes and our communities. Councillors will be well aware of the importance of chalk streams from the great work that is underway through the Greater Cambridge Chalk Stream Project, which is already having positive results. However, this important work could be undermined if the wider problems facing our rivers and their tributaries, and in particular the water shortage, are not adequately addressed. This motion asks us to see the river not just as a source of water or as a feature of the landscape, but as the ecological system that makes both possible. And it proposes constructive action on several fronts to tackle threats to the river system. No single organisation can restore the River Cam, but this council can show leadership by recognising our responsibilities, encouraging others to fulfil theirs, and working together to restore and protect Cambridge's defining natural centre. If our city and our region are to have any hope of surviving, let alone thriving, in the years to come, it is absolutely essential that we ensure that the River Cam thrives too. I commend the motion to the council.
Councillor McManus, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I reserve the right.
Members, we will now move to debate. Councillor Smart, then Payne, Hawke and DL? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Smart.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So it's good that this is a collaborative motion by all of us. Nature is a wonderful thing, and there is no better example of nature than the river. Ecologically alive as a living thing, and culturally recognised as such by people. Collingwood wrote in The Idea of Nature that the ancient Greeks and how they considered nature to be alive. Other ways of thinking through the Renaissance to modern times into Macfarlane and his consideration of the river as a living thing. The River Rights Festival in Cambridge here, organised by Friends of the Cam, has been increasingly well supported, the last one this year attracting hundreds of people here in Cambridge. So the Council's duties, powers and influence over the River Cam are significant in some areas but limited in others. The motion has shown that the responsibility for the river is fragmented across a number of statutory bodies, landowners and infrastructure providers, meaning that protecting and enhancing the river requires shared ownership of the issues and collaborative action rather than relying on any single organisation. The overall intent of the motion is understandable, and as such, it's within it aligns with the Council's ambitions around biodiversity, climate resilience and improving the health of the River Cam. Cambridge City Council is itself a significant riparian landowner with extensive responsibilities for managing the river corridor through our parks and open spaces. City services in the portfolio already undertake a wide range of work relating to habitat management, biodiversity, riverbank maintenance, climate adaptation, sustainable drainage, river infrastructure and partnership working. The CAM conservators, who are the navigational authority and have significant statutory responsibilities for the management of the river, given the Council's close working relationship with them, particularly on matters such as Jesus Lock and river infrastructure. Finally, evidence-led planning and sustainable water resources rather than appearing to predetermine future planning policy is important. Thank you, Mayor.
We've now reached the time of the guillotine, so there's a vote for a 30-minute extension. Yeah, could you raise your hands if you're in favour, please? Against, please. And abstaining. So that's 24 for, 7 against, and 4 abstaining. The vote stands, and we'll extend for another half an hour. I think it was Councillor Payne who wanted to speak next. Or was it Hawke? Very polite. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hawke. I think it's very fitting that we've come to agreement on this motion. I thank Councillor Toy-Scott for your work on that and for being willing to do that. And I think it very much shows our support for the river and that this council does indeed recognise its importance. The Cam is absolutely iconic. It's a source of exercise, of leisure. It's the provider of many habitats. It's part of that unique chalk stream network, as well as for many people a place where they live and also a source of employment. This council has already taken some steps to support our river, and a few years ago, some of us may remember, we supported the establishment of a designated bathing area at Sheep's Green, and that means there that the water quality and pollution levels are monitored, and sadly that recently identified just how poor the water quality there is. So out of 450 designated bathing areas in England, ours actually has amongst the poorest water quality in the country. At the time that this came forward, the Greens on this council actually opposed the idea of a designated bathing area out of concern that it might attract other people to use the river. So I'm very glad to see that they've now turned their attention to the challenges that our river faces and protecting it as a place and a space for everyone. There are lots of things that we need to do to support our river, and as I say, I appreciate that Councillor Toy-Scott has taken on board and accepted parts from our amendment where we've tried very hard not to change the sentiment of the motion, which we very much agree with, but to perhaps broaden its scope and establish a range of actions to protect our river. For me, water sustainability is a vital part of this. It has to be a factor that this council attends to swiftly. We live in the driest region of the UK, and it won't have escaped members' notice that the first hosepipe ban in 30 years was declared last Friday. So we need to do everything we can within our power to reduce leaks in the existing system and use every lever we can to press for the Grafham water transfer and the Fens Reservoir to be brought forward as soon as is possible. The Jesus Green and Bates Bight lock are also a vital element of the network of the locks, sluices and weirs which manage the water in the Cam. I was very pleased that the Mayor, Paul Bristow, pledged the funding for some kind of immediate emergency repairs to Bates Bight, not long after Sir Ed Davey visited Cambridge to help us highlight that issue. Of course, he was very clear that it had nothing to do with that whatsoever. However, he did give the funding. However, that's only a very small drop in the ocean, and a huge amount is still needed to repair the Jesus Green lock. And this is something that I really believe we should be asking the government to support. That is something that the government do for other navigable rivers and canals. And I do believe that if Cambridge is to be at the forefront of the government's plans for growth, it would be highly embarrassing to try to do that if our iconic river becomes a muddy trickle. So I believe our river does have a right to flow. It has a right to be free from pollution and to be restored. I believe in those rights and I support them here tonight. The question I care about even more, though, is whether we can deliver them, and a right that the river can't exercise helps no one. The river doesn't just need the right to flow, it needs to have clean water in it, and it needs a council that treats the first hosepipe ban in 30 years and some of the poorest water quality in the country as the warning it plainly is. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you. The Chamber will do likewise.
Thank you.
Councillor Hawke.
Okay, more experience. Like many people, I have a personal connection to open water. I mean, I grew up close to it. I've always lived close to it, and today I walk and cycle along the River Cam almost every day. So I completely share the sentiment behind this motion. And I also think it is entirely appropriate for this council to establish guiding principles and values, such as recognizing the rights of the River Cam. Nevertheless, as a council, we also have to ask what those principles will mean in practice. How do they help improve the health of the river? How do they help secure funding? How do they hold polluters to account? And how do they influence decisions? And this is why we specifically ask to link those aspirations to practical action, improving water efficiency, securing investment in wastewater infrastructure, seeking long-term funding for the conservators of the River Cam, and pressing those responsible to do better. And raising public awareness is an essential part of all of that. We are very fortunate in Cambridge to have organisations such as Friends of the Cam, the Cam Valley Forum and Hobson's Conduit Trust, who do fantastic work protecting and championing our river. And I hope we can further strengthen our collaboration with them and continue to raise awareness of their work through initiatives such as the Nature Festival and other community events. I therefore hope that we can all support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Dial.
Councillor. I think actually most of my points have been covered by others, so I will be quick. Yeah, just one point really is I know that the new leader of the City Council has a particular passion around water recycling, grey water, sort of retrofit, those issues. And what I would note is it is absolutely essential that we actually deliver that very quickly. As noted, we're in the driest city in England, we're in the middle of a hosepipe ban. It is exactly a council like ours that needs to be leading on this. And as we are doing tonight, as a council, we therefore all need to work across this chamber to bring forward ambitious and innovative changes in that regard. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Nesta.
Thank you very much. Just very shortly, I also welcome this motion incorporating all the different views. The CAM is at the heart of our identity as the city, provides is of vital importance also for the economy, sort of your visitors, also provide us with well-being, mental health, and I'm very happy that actually will be joining others in relation to the right of the river, especially, you know, when it started with the Wanganui River in New Zealand. And it also reminds me of the book of Robert Macfarlane, Is a River Alive, you know, sort of being Cambridge, and it's just very welcoming that we have this motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmborough.
I think we need to talk about water very differently. I think we need to realise that the water coming through our taps is the best quality drinking water in probably the whole world. And we are flushing the toilets with our drinking water, cleaning cars, filling swimming pool. Currently, the regulations are about 120 litres per person per day. We're coming down to 90 litres or 80 litres. We don't actually need 90 litres of drinking water individually per day. I think in reality is we should be thinking about 40 litres or less. We should limit the drinking water, but the recycled water, as Councillor Dales was saying, recycled grey water and green water, we can have as much as we want of that. So I really value this coming to the Council. I have real hopes that we can solve the problem for supply, but the problem of dealing with the pollution is just incredibly difficult. It really depresses me. I'm an optimistic person generally, but that is a really difficult problem to solve. But everything in this council carries weight, and I think collectively agreeing to this will give each of us more authority when we go out and ask for this in every opportunity. So thank you for bringing this.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
For the sake of brevity, I'm just going to let Elliot speak, if that's okay.
Councillor Tong.
Unfair, and we should probably
I'll do Councillor Bennett, Councillor Tong, and then Councillor Moore.
I just wanted to say that this has been a much more cooperative and pleasant council meetings than some we've had in the past. And it's a pity that it has been marred slightly by belittling the Greens' reasons for opposing the DBA. It would take 40 minutes to go through them all, so I'm not going to do that. But I just want to say that DBAs have not led to cleaner water, and that although the water is tested, it is tested for 2 contaminants, and there are 172 that have been found in British rivers that are not tested for. Thank you.
Councillor Tong.
Well, I'll try and be relatively brief. Like Naomi, I'm quite disappointed that we've somewhat taken the shine off what I hoped would be a good cross-party discussion. But I'll take the bait this time, okay? Because it's a subject I really like to discuss, and I love the river. I actually came in a blue suit tonight just because I love the river that much. The DBA on Sheep's Green has, as completely predicted, been an absolute failure. It's done nothing to clean up the river, and this was easy to tell in advance. It's well known that designated bathing areas have been colossal failures. Last year, 12 out of the 14 DBAs in England, in inland rivers, received a rating of poor. They've holistically not worked. There's even more cases of failure, but I can't go into that. Now, the reason we contested the creation of a designated bathing area on Sheep's Green was for very much this reason. We knew it would be a disaster. And if you go there now, you see this big sign saying designated bathing area, and a lot of people think, oh, totally safe to swim, because they don't see the tiny little small print that says how disgusting the water is. And it is genuinely disgusting. Now, from the start, Anglian Water was very much behind the designated bathing area campaign. If you go on Cam Valley Forum's website, we've got a quote from Robin Price, who was Director of Quality and Environment for Anglian Water, and I believe, as of at least recently, he still is. I think this is a really good quote, so I just want to read it out in full. I'll do it as quickly as possible. Formal designation of a bathing water stretch provides us with a driver for investment under the Water Industry National Environment Programme, WINEP, our 5-year environmental investment plan, which, if accepted by the Environment Agency, should mean that Ofwat grant us the funding. End quote. The Anglian Water were backing this application, and Anglian Water are the ones polluting the river. I wonder why. It's because it allows them to get their hands on more bill payer money. They have no interest in actually fixing this problem. They just want to make the biggest profit margins they possibly could. And if they actually wanted to fix this problem, they could. They have the money. But they're only going to do so by holding residents hostage and by letting bills get driven up so money can be set aside for them to take later. It's genuinely disgraceful. And in my view, we can't play any part in it. We can't enable Anglian Water to pass the costs on to residents. We need to make sure they themselves and their shareholders are taking the damage for the damage they're causing nature. It's absolutely disgraceful, and I think it's really dishonest to try and pretend that there are no good reasons to speak against the designated bathing area.
Okay, great. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. So I just wanted to talk very briefly about what our teams are already doing. Obviously, as we know, the issue is huge and there's a lot more to do, but just that our retrofit team are already delivering the Council's own water efficiency programme, including that supported by the Cambridge Water Scarcity Group funding. So this includes work on our council homes, our own council buildings, and of course our swimming pools, and as mentioned earlier, our splash pads. So the installation of water recovery systems in our 3 swimming pools could save around 90% of water usage. So there are technologies out there. This is possible. It's just the work needs to be put in, and we need more funding, essentially. So I really, oh, and sorry, I forgot to say at the beginning, I really thank you to Councillor Scott and Councillor Payne for working together and accepting the amendments so that we could have one amended motion that we can all support. So thank you for that.
Councillor McManus, as seconder of the altered motion, do you wish now to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Please. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Smart's recognition of the Friends of the River Cam and its hard work for its protection, and the recognition of the Cam as a place from enjoyment from Councillor Payne and other councillors. But just to say that the DBA thus far has done nothing to improve the purity of the Cam's water so far, as Councillor Tong has just talked about. So the River Cam has shaped Cambridge for generations, connecting communities, habitats and histories along its course. But all too often, as we've heard, it has been treated as a drain, a convenience or a backdrop. As climate change accelerates and nature is pushed further into crisis, recognising the rights of the River Cam is not just about protecting the river. It is about accepting our duty to defend the natural environment, learning to respect nature and understanding our place within it. Our River Cam is a chalk river flowing about 43 miles, adjoining of the Granta and the Ree and smaller tributaries originating in Whittington and Debden in Essex, and the sadly neglected and degraded 9 Wells springs south of Addenbrooks. It flows northwards and eastwards before joining the Great River Ouse south of Ely. The reason that Cambridge became a settlement at all is because of our river. The clue is in the name. The site of Cambridge lay at a convenient crossing point of what we now call the River Cam, and it flourished as a trading centre when Romans controlled the settlement in the 2nd century. And yet, look at it today. Would you drink from it? Would you swim in it? I mean, it is now common knowledge that the river is polluted with sewage that makes people who bathe in it sick. Friends of the River Cam have organised a River Rights Festival on Midsummer's Day since 2021 and declare the Cam's rights each year at 6 p.m. I really hope many of you have attended those festivals. When local writer and scholar Robert Macfarlane, who's been mentioned twice by two different Labour councillors tonight, wrote about attending the festival back on the last hottest drought-stricken summer of 2022, not a patch on 2026 so far, he spoke of the river that flows through my home city and who is fed by the springs that rise near my home. He goes on to say, the air was kiln dry and it was obvious to us that the river was sick. Sweat crawled down us and the river crawled by us, its water low and greasy, weed trail lanky on its surface like hanks of hair. So rivers and other natural features upon which we depend have been given representatives to defend them since the 1970s in New Zealand, Ecuador and Colombia, and recently the River Ouse was designated rights by Lewis District Council, as was the River Wye by Hereford Council. So let's please do the same for our River Cam. We were the first river in the country to have its rights declared by the Friends of the River Cam back in 2021, and now we're falling behind the others. Your support this evening will mark another step on the journey to change the conversation so that one day, hopefully soon, the interests of nature are fully recognised. Let's enshrine the treasure that is our River Cam for generations to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Toy-Scott, as the mover of the altered motion, you have the right of reply for up to 3 minutes.
I'll keep it very brief. Thank you, everybody, for all your comments. I think it is really heartening that clearly there's interest and concern about this issue around the Chamber, and it is very complicated. Obviously, there are lots of different aspects to it, lots of different things that need doing, and lots of different stakeholders involved who need to coordinate in order to make real progress. But I find it very heartening that we are making progress towards doing that work. And inevitably, there are some differences of perspective, differences of priority among the different parties about the best way to tackle some of these really challenging problems. But as I say, I'm encouraged that we can and will work together to make some real progress towards improving the health of our river. And so let's go to the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, we will now move to the vote on the motion from Councillor Toy-Scott. Please raise your hand if you agree. So that is now unanimous. Thank you. We've got 13 minutes, so and our last motion. So. Some of the debate may be a bit brief. Motion on notice from Councillor Bagent, planning arrangements. Councillor Bagent, I understand you wish to move in an altered motion incorporating the Labour amendments. Can you confirm?
Yes, I confirm that, Chair.
Thank you. Council, can you signify you are happy to proceed? Good. Councillor Bagent, you can indicate you wish to move the motion?
I do.
Is anyone seconding this? Councillor Thornborough and Fisher. We've got seconds and thirds. Brilliant. Councillor Bagent, please address the Council. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I shall be very brief, Chair. There's been a considerable confusion over the planning application for Hanover Court that went to Planning Committee at the end of last month. And so I'm moving this motion to clarify the situation for future applications from this City Council and for the Planning Committee. I thank Labour for their amendment. It's kind that you've joined with me to take this forward. If agreed, this motion will make it clear to residents, the City's partners and planning committees, the mix of homes that this council can build on its land. I think the resolution is self-explanatory. I'm aware that time is going on, and so I'm going to stop at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Right, thanks.
Is there any debate? Councillor Martinelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Bajent for bringing this important motion and to speak in support of it as altered. I want to start as a ward councillor for Hanover and Princess Court, as I suspected that proposed redevelopment was driving some of this debate. As Market Ward councillors, we have consistently said that council homes belong on that site. It's a community that has had social housing at its heart for 60 years, and residents there have every right to expect that legacy continues, and indeed to be able to return in due course should they so wish. We want affordable homes not only on that site, but also elsewhere in our ward, at the Stanton House redevelopment, which we pushed for example, and across the city. But wanting it and being able to deliver it are two different things. Every housing authority in the country is wrestling with the same arithmetic. Social rent on its own very often doesn't cover the cost of building the home. That is a constraint we have to work around and one we cannot pretend away. That's why the Council's bid to Homes England, which we have been supporting, matters so much. If successful, that will enable council homes at Hanover and Princess, including at social rent. I'm sure the whole Council will join me in wanting to see that bid succeed when the outcome is known later this year. I also wanted to take this opportunity to speak up for intermediate rent more widely across our whole housing programme. Our Greater Cambridge housing strategy tells us we need a good supply of these homes to get the tenure mix right for the many residents on modest earnings, including key workers who wouldn't qualify for social rent but still can't afford the open market. Without that tier in the mix, we risk making otherwise viable schemes unviable, and that means fewer homes delivered overall. Our group wants more housing of all sorts in Cambridge, including more council homes delivered at rents people can afford and at the highest sustainability standards. This motion, as altered, helps get us there, and we will certainly be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Tong.
Hello, I think it's finally working now. I also would like to thank Councillor Bajent for bringing this motion forward, and, well, I think it's a really good motion, and I think hopefully it can reassure residents that we are working to make sure the site in question does have that level of social housing that residents want. Something I do want to quickly acknowledge is I think we are in a disappointing state when it comes to housing finance in the UK. And it's very sad that we have to kind of play chicken with Homes England to try and get some money for more social housing. We have to try and see who folds first, who's going to hold their nerve. And it's just a real shame. And hopefully we can see that rectified in the years to come so we can more confidently deliver the level of social housing that residents want.
Councillor Bird.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Okay, thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak. We welcome the spirit of this motion as we have consistently worked to build council homes of the highest quality and affordability in order to keep tackling the housing crisis and give people great places to live. Our amendments reflect our current policies, carefully worked out over several years, such as the Sustainable Housing Design Guide. They reflect recent changes in government policy, which will provide more funding to help us deliver our ambitious plans. And they reflect the reality of how housing and council housing is built in the current market, which we acknowledge is not ideal. This council has always pushed for the highest standards in house building in Cambridge, and that includes affordable and more council houses where we are in control. We have worked hard to deliver the strategy voted on by this council in 2016 to deliver council houses. And in fact, we've done beyond that. We've promised to the people of Cambridge so that we are one of the best, 10 of the best local authorities for building council homes. Since 2018, when we got the funding, the devolution funding, we have built 879 homes. These are council homes, and we are continuing with our ambitious programme. 2 developments are now on track and delivered and will be occupied by early 27. And last week's Cabinet meeting signed off on a series of smaller development projects that will deliver another 91 council homes. We are going to commission local architects, builders for these new small sites, offering other opportunities for local companies. I'd like to add on about Hanover and Princess. There's been a lot of confusion about what happened with Hanover and Princess Courts. The Planning Committee passed the recent application, which did not include the affordable housing for that site. We need this because Homes England will only offer funding if planning consent has been obtained. Now we have that, we are proceeding to apply for funding, and I'm confident that we'll be able to deliver 72 council homes. Also, I have given my
We've
word...
slightly run out of time, but I'll let you finish this point. Yeah.
I have given my word that we will not build Hanover and Princess unless we get the funding from Homes England so we can deliver more council housing. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner-Smith and then Councillor Bick. So I think we're running out of time, so we'll try. Gardner-Smith, if everyone could try and be as brief as possible.
Okay.
Oh no, it was Gardner.
Oh, sorry. There we go. I'll be very brief. I welcome this motion. I think it's really important to be very clear with the public about the Council's intentions, which is clearly what Councillor Bird wanted to convey tonight. I do think that is really important when we think about, what messages we're sending to the public. And what is not helpful is when suggestions are given that are not true, and that somehow the council is planning to build on these sites without any intention of building any council homes at all, which is, the sorts of things that I have seen posted, and people believe these things when they see them online. And clearly that is not true. As Councillor Bird has stated tonight, planning permission was needed in order to then go ahead and apply for the grant from Homes England. And the council is absolutely determined to build those 72 council homes on that site. And we've had Councillor Bird's word tonight saying that we will not build, go ahead if we do not, with any development that doesn't have council housing on it. So I think being clear with the public and being honest with the public is really important, so as to not spread misinformation.
3 minutes left of this session, so Councillor Bajan, do you want right of reply now? Oh, we've only got 3 minutes, but...
Can I have 1 minute?
Okay, go for it.
Councillor Bajan for taking our amendment on board. I remember a story from Councillor Bajan when he was knocking on doors and came across a family which was squeezed into a house, too many in a small place, and he went and did the right thing and worked with them so that they moved into a council home. And that story remains with me, and I know he has been a real strong proponent of the council home policy we've got. I know, and I thank Councillor Martinelli for really the clarity about the mix of housing that is important, and that feeds into the housing strategy. It's not all about planning. The housing strategy is updated every year, and that allows us flexibility to change the requirements of what we need and not wait for the local plan to change. So I hope, again, that we will all manage to support this motion because, again, if we can, it will carry more weight for promoting the good work we're doing on housing here. Thank you.
Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the support from what seems to be most of the Council. That's my summing up. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Members, we will now move on the vote on the motion from Councillor Bagent. Yeah, another unanimous vote. Fantastic. The motion is agreed. Agenda item 10, written questions. Yeah. Members, please. Yeah, thank you. We've done it, really. Sorry? I couldn't see. Oh, sorry. Can I see that? I've lost the page now. Thank you. That now concludes the council meeting. Please could members take their rubbish home and dispose of the bins provided. Chris, could you end the live stream?